What's up, everybody? Good Sunday evening to you all. To you, Mikhail, commenting away early, 5-6 minutes early like a madman. What's up? Jeff, welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you, Ruben. So happy to be here.
Yes, happy to have you. Awesome, man. Awesome. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure a lot of you don't know Jeff. A month ago or a month and a half or whatever, several weeks back, Jeff had popped into the chat here, and first timer, and some of you who are here regularly might remember, as I often am wont to do, I did not miss the opportunity to say, oh, hey, Jeff, he seemed like a nice guy. He was really friendly. I'm like, hey, you should do a show and tell with me sometime. And credit to you, Jeff.
Yeah, I was so.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be pretty good. And I had you on the spot. So, I appreciate that. That's really awesome. And, to make it happen within another, like I said, another 4 to 6 weeks, whatever it's been, Yep.
Amazing, whenever Felix was on, that was my tune-in show, my first show.
That was the first show. Yeah, right. Because Felix, right. Yeah. Right. So there you go. So awesome. Well, before we get into the nitty-gritty with you, Jeff, whatever, let me just keep saying hello to everybody else who's in here with us. We'll see who's here. Kekon-san, Jeff, the other Jeff. No, you're the first original Jeff, I think. In Vegas, what's up, man? What's good, Tom, Mikhail, Peter Rowe in the house. Good evening, the fellow insane art addicts. Tom, I don't know why you're saying, oh no, what happened? Doesn't sound good. I don't know what you mean by doesn't sound good. Let me see. You're not talking about the sound. You're talking about something maybe Mikhail said? I don't know. But you can tell me if it's something serious, and I'll keep going for now. And let's see. Oh, Jeff says, 9 straight days over 110. We're going to break a record by Wednesday. That's wild. Vegas. That's Vegas for you.
That's hot.
Yeah,
that's hot. In Arizona.
How much?
116.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, you know what's funny? So I was speaking to my friend Matt today, just a few hours ago, and Matt's in Vegas also, and he said, because he started taking helicopter lessons, flight lessons, or whatever. That's wild.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, I'm supposed to do one today. But they're not going to do it because it's like 100 and what did he say? 116 or 114 or something like that. Apparently, when it gets too hot, it's dangerous to fly or something. So,
I don't know, but maybe things.
That's hot.
Yeah, that's really hot. I wouldn't want to stay low and maybe submerged in water. 88.
Yeah. It's a reference to the fact that this is Show and Tell episode number 88. There we go. Cool. Rick, I'm surprised you're a Lynn Swan fan. That's, I don't know, being a Utah guy. I don't know what the connection is there. I will say, as a little kid in the 70s, watching the Steelers and the Cowboys go at it seemingly every second year or so. Lynn Swan was a pretty a cool player to follow, so I'm okay with that. I'm all right.
Those references are going to go like this for me.
For you.
I was reading comics. I didn't follow sports much.
No worries, man. No worries. We're going to stay off the football and sports talk for you.
It's cool. I can
What else? Jason Ladwig. Hello, Jason. Good to see you again. I hope that your trip last week was all well and dandy. And look at that, Marcus. What's up, Marcus? HNL Live. It's like the whole show is the HNL, right? Let me see. Jason, Peter, Jason again. Everybody saying hello to each other. Okay, my lovely wife, Vivienne. Hello. Hi, everyone. Happy Sunday. Thank you, honey. Appreciate it. And let me see what else. Howdy, Marcus. Oh, Marcus saying Spidey making close to 1 billion worldwide.
Who's seen it? Sound off. Have you seen it?
I haven't. No, I don't go to the theater at least until a month minimum. Yeah. I don't like to watch movies with a crowded theater because there's people that I feel like I'm enraged and I want to beat the shit out of them, and I don't want to make a scene or whatever. So it's better I just don't go. You know.
I don't go often, especially with two littles. But
Yeah.
when it comes to Spidey, as you can probably tell from my
I got the idea. You know.
I was day one. So
wow, day one, huh?
Dude, yeah, and it was not that. It wasn't that crowded. It was kind of a theater. It was midday.
Oh, midday. Oh, okay. Still? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess people are working, so it's like, okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. And so tell everybody, since we're talking about it, what did you think?
Oh, so on a ranking scale of all the recent, I would say from the 2000s, the Sam Raimi up till now films, it's up there. It's top 3. And I'm still trying to figure it out if it's number 1 right now. Wow. I know. Spider-Man 2 is always going to have that top notch, but I really, really liked it.
Wow.
What do other folks think? Anybody else see it so far?
Yeah, you guys let us know if you have anybody else already seen it. I mean, I know it's only been a few days. I would think some of you may have gone already.
Yeah, I don't want to do spoilers, but it was beautiful, and and I'm a little sappy, but I was tearing up several times throughout the movie.
That's good. That's good. Hey, Marcelo, 927 million estimate. Yeah. I mean, I saw the articles, Marcus. I even saw like an article, somebody saying kind of what you just said, Jeff. Like, definitely the best since Spidey 2 with Dr. Octopus. Whatever. And I think like that was always my favorite. Now I will say I haven't seen them all. In fact, I never bothered to watch the 2 by that other actor.
Yeah.
Right. The what's his name again?
Andrew Garfield.
Right. So I didn't bother to watch that, mainly because from what I was reading at the time, it sounded like they were still going to reboot and just do the origin kind of again or whatever. I was like, I don't need to see that, Yeah. So I just kind of dropped it. But with Tom Holland, I saw one, and I think I saw how many is this with Holland now? 3?
This is number 4.
This is the 4th one?
The 4th one.
Okay. I've for sure not seen, well, obviously the new one, at least one more, and maybe one more than that.
See the one with Mysterio or no?
Which one did I see? Mysterio. What did he look like? Because he obviously didn't look like a fish.
He looked like Mysterio, but he
did.
My issue with the movies in general is that they take their masks off all the fucking time. So I can curse, right?
You can curse.
They take their masks off way too often. Like come on, this guy's got a secret identity. Don't take your mask off and who was the actor for Mysterio? Come on, chat, help us out. I'm blanking on his name, but you'd recognize. He was in so many movies.
Good day, David. I got to tell you, the reason I don't remember which one. It may only have been one that I saw, and the reason I'm not really remembering what you're talking about is, it's funny. In my head, all I really mainly remember are the parts non-Spidey. So the Peter Parker, what's his best friend, the Chinese or the Asian guy? I don't know if he's Chinese.
Ned Leeds in the film.
He's Ned, right.
There.
Right. And then it was him, and then of course with Mary Jane.
Yeah.
I think it was the first time that Marissa Tomei was Aunt May.
Mm-hmm.
Is she still Aunt May?
So Spoilers.
Okay.
But listen, I'm not.
That's okay. I don't care. I'm
not going to be upset about this one because this was the 3rd movie that I'm going to spoil. So if you haven't seen that, that's on all of
Oh, yeah. No, that's fine.
3rd movie, Aunt May dies.
Right?
Okay. That's kind of the Uncle Ben moment because Uncle Ben doesn't really appear at all in this iteration, which I think is, again, like a cool spin. I was actually thinking about this earlier, man, just for a quick tangent that, I think partly why the comic book industry is in some by some reports floundering and struggling with sales and stuff is they're just rehashing stuff a lot, and it's tough to get new people interested, or even keep people that have been on the ride for their whole lives interested, because it's not super flashy and interesting. What the MCU has done, and with this iteration of Spider-Man, is it's new, it's different. It's a different story. It's a different take. MJ is completely different. In fact, MJ doesn't stand for Mary Jane. I can't remember what it stands for.
What?
I know, but
Are you sure?
Somebody want to Google it. You can fact check me on this. But it's revealed at the end of the first movie that MJ does not stand for Mary Jane. Her name isn't Watson. It's MJ something else. But it's still MJ. And I mean, right? We're supposed to understand.
MJ, yeah.
Ed Leeds is never in the comics, is never really Peter Parker's best friend. They did, it's different, and he's certainly not even Asian. So it's a different story, but it's interesting, right? And so that's also what's cool about this iteration. They didn't bother, like you were saying, you skipped the second, the Amazings, right? The 1 and 2 with Garfield, because it was a complete reboot. And it was kind of, I still loved it, but that's because I'm going to love everything that they put out that's got Spidey.
It's Spidey, man. It's Spidey, so
I'm a sucker. But this new like the Tom Holland movies have been amazing, and I love it. I don't know exactly what was driving Spider-Man as that sort of, that's kind of left up to mystery. Like, why did he even bother going to superheroing? Because in the comics, it is because of the responsibility he felt after the death of Uncle Ben. But in the movie, he's doing it, and Aunt May is around. You don't know what happened to Uncle Ben. He's referred to, but you don't have that moment. But it's when she dies in Spider-Man 3, the most recent iteration, where you get that Uncle Ben. You do this when you help other people, or when you help yourself, you help everyone. And it's a slightly different take on it, but it's what motivates him, and it becomes his raison d'etre in the new way. But anyway,
who's the villain in this one?
Well,
apparently it's Jean Grey, but then she becomes his friend or something.
Yeah. Well, it's one of these classic cases of not mistaken identity, but mistaken allegiance, perhaps. In the end, and again, I don't want to I don't think I'm spoiling anything here. I think it's seeded enough. But there's not necessarily a character, but there's an organization that plays a big role that maybe you should keep an eye out on, which is called Damage Control. So Damage Control, which exists in the comics, plays a big role. And they're kind of after Jean Grey. Jean Grey, you don't even learn that it's Jean Grey until halfway through the movie. It's just
really?
Character. And at first, even though I try to stay away from too much because I don't want to know too much about it before going in, which is also why I see these things on the first day if I can.
Yeah, for sure.
I was like, is this Proteus? Like, because the way that the villain first presents itself is possession and hopping from person to person. And so that's, again, that's not giving anything away. That's in the opening scene, basically.
That's okay. That's okay. Nobody's going to get pissed, And by the way, you were trying to think of the guy's name. Somebody gave it to us, and he's the namesake of your own son, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal. Thank you. Yeah. You know what, man? Like I told you off before we got on here, I woke up today at 3:30, folks, to a sick child right. So I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. My brain is going to show. So,
all right. If Jeff in Vegas says it's Michelle Jones Watson.
Okay, so the last name is Watson, but Michelle Jones. Thank you. I remember, but it's MJ, right? So.
Yeah, Peter is confirming it. Michelle Jones. Well, why do they do that? Like, you don't need to. It's so needless. Whatever.
It's a different universe, man. That's the multiverse, right?
I know. I hate the multiverse, that concept. It's so not for me. That's what everybody hated about DC up until the crisis in 1985, you know, and they finally got rid of it after decades. And now Marvel's like, oh yeah, you know what we'll do? We'll do what made DC second banana to us for decades. Yeah. We'll do the same thing now. It's like, what? I don't get it. Like,
well, yeah. And they're milking it. They're milking it. It is a little bit much.
Yeah. I think so anyways, but you know, whatever. Everybody can love it if they want to, whatever. That's just my opinion.
He's the villain in this one. True.
No spoilers. Don't worry, Peter. No spoilers.
Sorry, Peter.
Only on the last one, man. Only on the last one. Not this one. Damage control just disappears people. Oh, did they introduce? I heard rumors about that last year. Did they have that comic book from the 80s, Damage Control, the appearing in this movie?
Well, so Damage Control is the organization that
mixes up.
So it's that organization. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Featured prominently throughout the movie, you know. So trying to respect Peter and the other folks that don't want too many spoilers.
Yeah.
But listen, go see it, folks. Go see it, or I saw people putting ways to get around having to spend money on, but do it. Watch the movie. It's a good. It'll be worth your 3 hours of your life.
Was it that long?
I mean, technically 2 hours and 35 minutes or something, but
okay, so over 2.5. Okay.
Yeah, but you with the previews, yeah.
Oh well, sure. You got your 25 minutes of previews and all that, commercials and stuff, whatever. Yeah. Right. Okay. No worries. Please respect the Peter, says CJ. All right, we respect the Peter. All right, so guys, before we get into it, because I always end up forgetting, let me do a couple of quick promos here. Let me see, what do we have? Oh yes, so Carl from Carl's Collection, that's the name of the channel. He has a new show, Carl, called Collecting with Carl, and he just features a collector on it, on an episode every week. And this week he has George Hodge, who a lot of us know. So George Hodge's episode was, I think, I want to say 4 days ago. So I'm going to pop the link to that for those of you who do not subscribe. There you go, into the chat right there. And then the second one is, I just happened to notice, I'm not usually looking about an hour before I go live, but Lee Parmerter, who is not here right now, at least I don't think he is, Lee put another video out, and as always, it's an unboxing on his channel. He called it, "It's all about character, but sometimes it's about the artist." Talking about collecting, and he's doing an unboxing. It's about 3 or 4 pages, so please do check that out. I will pop that into the chat here. All right, there you go. And of course, last but certainly not least, Nick Barucci every Friday here on YouTube on the EXP, the Original Art Experience, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. There's the handsome young man. This coming Friday, the show is called Art, the Movies. He didn't tell me anything about it. I'm assuming the art being offered up for claim is characters that have been in Marvel DC movies, is what I assume he means by that. He's left me guessing, so just tune in and check it out. See what he's got to offer. And the direct link to that episode is right there in the chat. So there you go. And I do believe that takes care of all the promos. And just a quick hello to Shaggy Wong. Good evening to you. Welcome, Jeff. He says, look at that. What a lovely man. Good to see you. And Peter says, nothing like the Simpsons mayor. Who is nothing like the Simpsons mayor? I don't know. That one's going over my head now. Marcus, I do not know if he will have Harrison Ford artwork, but I'm sure you will be there to check anyways. So there you go. When are you not around, right? Oh, mayor. Okay, because you guys are always calling Peter the mayor. I don't know that I know the joke behind that. Like, I don't get the origin behind the joke of Peter becoming the mayor. Is it because he was hanging out on so many episodes here in the studio with me for a while? you called him the mayor? I don't know. I'm sure you guys will let me know though. But and that's why you're saying he's not like the Simpsons mayor. I get it. Okay. You mean he's not like a buffoon? I'm assuming is what you mean. But anyways, yeah, let us get into the show because I want to have a good show. But as Jeff had mentioned earlier, he has not had a great day today with very little sleep, sick kids. I get that. We don't want to rush through it. No, I know, but we don't want to rush through it. But if I can save half an hour by not chatting for another half an hour with everybody else, that's a good thing. That'll help us. And so what we'll do is we'll get right into it right now. We'll get into the whole origin story sequence of the episode, and then we'll get to the art after that, right?
Awesome.
So yeah, like I always say to everybody else, just kind of, if you can, Jeff, give us a little background on when you discovered comics, started reading comics, how old you were, and ultimately fast forward to how and when you discovered original art, what you bought and how that got you to start collecting it regularly,
All right. So in the beginning. In the beginning. So I was pretty young. So we were mentioning earlier, I'm about 50. I am 50. So I don't know where that places me in the lexicon of ages for viewers here.
You're right in the middle of art collectors, because it's basically 45 to 55 where the most collectors fall into that category. So as far as that goes,
so that kind of gives you a sense of for most of us that started reading and maybe even collecting back in the early 80s, that was my story.
You started young.
I did start young, and
really?
It was because I remember having as a very, very young child some comics. I remember a Batman comic book for some reason in the first home that I remember growing up in. We moved shortly thereafter. When we moved, I know I was either 4 or 5 years old, and so I have got this memory of having a Batman comic. I don't know if I actually still have that issue.
Okay,
I feel like I do, but I didn't. That wasn't my origin story. I really started getting into comics as a result of my third grade teacher.
Wow.
Hirschberg, who called my parents one night and this may be similar for some other folks, and told my parents, Jeff is not that interested in reading. You might consider, to help him, pique his interest, you might consider getting him a comic book subscription. And so I remember one night laying in bed, I can see it vividly, my outlined in this silhouette in the doorway, the frame of my door, coming into my bedroom, sitting down on the edge of my bed, and they had a list. I don't know where they got it from, but it was a list of comic books, Marvel comic books. And they said, Jeff, we'd like to get you a comic book subscription. Would you like that? And I was like, oh, yeah, totally. And they said, look at this list and pick out any comic that you want on this list. And I looked it over and I said, oh, I want G.I. Joe. My parents, being pacifists, they said, pick any other comic
than that.
One.
Not that.
Thankfully, I chose Spider-Man. I said, oh, how about Spider-Man? And it was the Amazing Spider-Man. I think that might have been, Spectacular was out at that time, but it was the Amazing Spider-Man. They got me a subscription to that title. The first issue that came in the mail, and this was back when they came, do folks remember they came in brown? They were just wrapped in a brown paper.
Yeah, and was yours folded?
No, mine was not, thankfully.
Flat, okay.
Flat, but it was still it was flimsy.
Yeah, just a flimsy. Yeah.
And, it came and it was issue 251.
Oh, okay. Okay, there we go.
Those who know, that was a key time to get into it. Thank goodness it was 251 and not 253, because 252 came in the mail. Anyway, but I got in and I was instantly hooked. And I remember brown wrapper 6 there, exactly. So I was hooked, and I started reading anything I could get my hands on. There was a drugstore about a mile from my house called Wob Drugs, and they had a spinner rack, and I would buy some comics there. And I think I got Secret Wars #1 off the spinner rack there.
Tom said earlier, a couple of minutes ago, he came in right in time for Secret Wars. There you go.
Exactly, Tom. And I mean, that was the whole thing. I was the perfect age for all that. The Secret Wars, the comics, the toys. I still have one of the fewest or one of the only toys that my parents kept from my childhood, and thank goodness they did, because I'm still mad at them about the Transformers. But they kept my Secret Wars toys, so I have all those action figures from when I was a kid.
Wow.
Still, and they're not cheap. Played the heck out of them,
Yeah, but still, that's cool. It's fun to have for nostalgia purposes,
Oh yeah. I mean, I loved all of that. I mean, and I think, speaking of nostalgia, that's I think what is the driving force even now. I still collect and read comics and especially comic art.
Right.
But I never. Let me back off from that. Never. That's a strong word. I kept up with the collecting and reading comics pretty heavily all the way through high school, and then I think towards the end. School.
You stopped?
I slowed down, and also think about that time period. We're talking early to mid 90s, and what was happening. If folks that know, in the Spider-Man universe, we had the introduction of the Clone Saga, and so that period. Thankfully, I made it through the. I was still collecting when issue 300 came out and the introduction of Venom, and so I've got a lot of those. But it was shortly thereafter that my regular collecting habit kind of dropped off. I went to college, didn't read much for the first couple of years at college, but then another buddy of mine in college was into Spawn. And so he kind of got me back into reading Spawn. And then I was like, well, shit, I'm going to get back into reading my Spider-Man again. And I picked up, and so I pretty much had some gaps in my collection, which I've since filled in my ASM run. Actually, since then, as an older adult with means, I've collected all of the run, all the way back.
Oh, wow.
Even a low-grade copy of AF-15.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
My Spider-Man collection is my, is my gemstone, my keystone. But that kind of got me up until into the 2000s. And it was in so now I'm going to shift into how did I get into comic art collecting? It never dawned on me that you could somehow track down the original comic art and own a piece of that. Right? I thought, it was all about just the comics. It never even entered my thought. I had no idea.
But let me ask you this though. Somewhere along the way though, did you learn how comics were created? Like, did you somehow pick up the awareness along the way that the artists work on like 11 by 17 type boards and black and white? Did you know that stuff? Or
I don't know if I knew that kind of detail. I knew there were artists and writers, but I will say your question, is an interesting. I didn't pay close attention. I knew Stan Lee and Steve Ditko, but I don't know if I could have told you John Romita Sr. Back then.
Yeah, sure.
The 90s, maybe even early 2000s. I didn't start paying attention to that close attention to the artist and the writer until really later in the early aughts. And again, it was, or maybe when I started my comic art collecting, because I realized one of the Spawn artists, Angel, and I think his name is Medina or Medina. I liked his style. He was very much Todd McFarlane influenced, Greg Capullo, Angel Medina. I was like, this guy's art is beautiful. He was doing Spawn at the time. I think he had also done some Spider-Man, Sensational Spider-Man. And again, I'm not exactly sure how I found this. Maybe some Google searches at the time. But I was going to grad school, and as a graduation gift to myself, I went online and I somehow came across that there were these pieces by Angel Medina from a Sensational Spider-Man, and they were $500 a piece. And
Holy crap! Back then?
back then, but it was a grad.
Oh, in '08?
In '08, yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
What?
and I don't think it wasn't Angel selling them himself, so I don't know if
Oh,
it was a dealer or if it was his agent or something.
Right.
I was so green, I didn't know any of this. It was just
Right. That makes sense.
And I was like, yeah, I love those. Those are great pieces. They seemed pricey, but I also was like, this is the original artwork, and so that was how I got into it. And then I think the next
But you would have been in your early 20s at that point, right? Like 20, I don't know, 3 or what are we talking about here?
Yeah. Well, 2008, I would have been actually, 22. No, I'm trying to do math. 2008, I was 30.
Oh, no, sorry. What am I talking about? Sorry, no, you would have been in your early 30s.
I'm trying to do math. Yeah, so I was early. I didn't start collecting till pretty,
Right.
Pretty late in life, and didn't even realize it was a thing. And I remember trying to do like Google searches, like original comic. I think original comic panel art was my searches, and at the time, like not much was coming up, and but that's how I started doing it. And then I think I got a page of Spawn from Angel Medina at a convention in Minneapolis, because that's where I went to grad school. Was in.
Oh, okay.
And I met Angel. He actually signed that piece, and that piece was $40.
Wait,
the Spawn page. I think it's on CAF. It's
$40.
$40 cash. I saw him. He was right there. He was doing signatures. He did another sketch, like a little sketch for me. He signed a bunch of my comics. Nice guy, super nice guy. I don't know what. Yeah, thanks. It was a nice thank you.
Well, I could have told you that. I mean, look, you bought yourself. We're talking about both pieces were $500 each, right?
Yeah.
That's
collection. I think when we were talking, I looked it up because I uploaded one of them to CAF finally. The other one, haven't had a chance to get around to it. But I looked up in my emails because I never delete an email, and I had the receipts and the back and forth.
Yeah.
So
Wow. You treated yourself to $1,000 worth of original artwork as your first toe dipping into the original art pool. Like, that's wild, man. That's going hard at it, so pretty impressive, man.
And then after that, like I said, then my next piece was that Spawn piece, and then after that, I don't think I got another piece for. Well, I know I didn't get another piece for at least a decade. I mean,
that's interesting because I was thinking about it myself. As I was preparing the slides for the show, right? And I knew, because we had already spoken, I knew about the gift to yourself. That was '08. I remembered that. And then as I was preparing all the slides, I'm like, a lot of the stuff is literally from the last few years. I'm like, I think he took a long break after he treated himself, right? And then started coming back to it eventually. Like, wow, I was like, okay, I'll look forward to him telling us the story on that,
Well, so there's a few reasons for all of that, right? Right. So part of it was like I couldn't find any more. Like I was trying to, but also some things happened. I had been married to my first wife. We ended up getting a divorce in 2010. That put me in a little bit of a financial strait. I live in Portland.
Sorry, did you say you divorced?
Yeah, I got divorced. So life. I was married. Got married in 2005. We got divorced in 2010. We had moved from Minnesota to Portland. Portland is, on the West Coast, is a kind of medium to big sized city on the West Coast. It was at the time in 2008 considered one of the most affordable cities, but compared to anywhere else I've lived, it was, still head and shoulders more expensive. Right. And so then all of a sudden finding myself single and single income was the financial pinch was on. Plus I had $70,000 of student loans. I was not fiscally responsible at the time. So I also had, personal, stupid debt.
A very similar story to a lot of people. So don't think you're like different or all that different.
Not self-deprecating too much, but it's something that maybe a lot of folks can relate to in that regard. But it took me a little while to kind of dig myself out of that hole, and therefore there wasn't as much discretionary cash. I was still collecting comics. That didn't dry up.
So it's funny because Rich says, right, divorce can be a collection killer. I got to ask you, Jeff, when you got divorced, did you already have a substantial portion of that Spidey collection or not really?
Well, I had everything that I had bought, over the years. I hadn't really filled in the gaps yet. And anything basically below 251, except for like here and there.
Right. Hey, Rich, by the way.
And then there were those gaps from the 90s. But yeah, I didn't start filling those in until a little bit later.
I mean, the reason I ask is simply because I was just curious how the divorce, your ex didn't want to say, hey, give me half your comics. That's mine. Like,
thank goodness no. Like, she was the one that wanted out of the relationship.
Okay.
And, I think she was just, she got all her stuff, but we didn't have kids. We didn't really have, she actually had more money in the bank that, if anyone had
you could have used
a couple of things. Like I was going to say, like if I could have had half of that would have helped me pay down some of my debt. I think from her perspective, I don't know, if she understood really what the collection may have been worth.
Okay.
I wasn't going to explain it to her. Plus, I think she was already feeling she's not a horrible person. I'm not going to try to paint her like, whatever. We were both, it wasn't working out for reasons, it wasn't completely out of the blue. But, I think from her perspective, she was putting me through the grinder enough that she wasn't going to like gut me and be like, and I want half your collection. Like,
right.
So thank goodness for that. It was really years later when I started to be financially sound, that I was like, hey, I'm going to fill in all these gaps. I'm going to, complete this collection. And when I did that, right, ASM, I never thought I would have AF-15. That came about as a fluke because I saw it on My Comic Shop at a reasonable price. I was like, well, that's within my means. And I said, it's not, I don't know when this will ever happen again. So I went for it and now I have it. Right. Yeah. But it was really around that time, I would say maybe 20, and this may reflect in my art collection, 2020 and the years kind of shortly thereafter, that I was like, I feel okay about my comic book collection. I've got 50 plus long boxes in my basement.
Jesus, 50 plus.
I know.
Wow.
That's insane. I do need to, I'm actually, for the first time in my life, thinking, hey, I could start getting rid of these. I can let some of this go. The thought even entered my mind about letting maybe my ASM collection go.
People saying that is the stream freezing for anybody. And some people are saying, yes, it's freezing, but we're losing. You and me are clear. I can see and hear you clearly.
Yeah.
But the amount of viewers has dropped. I mean, if it's an accurate count, the viewers are down. It keeps dropping. We're down to 3.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I don't know what's happening. This has never happened. We've had tech issues before, but not usually. The tech issues are you and the people in the studio being freezing for everybody. But I've never seen it where the viewer number count has dropped almost 0. We're back to 9 from 3 to 9, but I just want to stop it just because if they're not seeing us, there's no point in talking. We might as well just see if we can get these people back and see what happens.
I hope it's not my story boring people to.
Yeah, no. Oh shit! Look at that. So it went from 9 to 14 to 23.
Okay.
See, it's coming back. So guys, just so you know, here, let me see what everybody else is saying. You were buffering bad, okay. You're back now, up to 14 now, working now, back to normal. It's really weird. So you're right, Rich. I think, I don't know if you're right, but I think it's a good guess. It might have been a YouTube issue, not a like me issue with my stream or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys saw spinning. Okay, so that's buffering, yeah. Thought it was your network, but it's me. I don't know. For, like I said, for Jeff and I, whenever I have had streaming issues, believe me, I know it. We can see it on my end, and it's me and my guests that have the problems. This time, Jeff and I were sharp as a tack. The audio is perfect. I mean, you can hear me and see me perfectly, Jeff. Yeah.
Yeah. No glitches here.
Yeah. For us, we see each other and hear each other perfectly. There was never a glitch. So I think that's a sign that it would have been a YouTube bizarre, whatever YouTube thing. But I can tell you it's back to 27 and climbing. So we're good. So I think we're okay, guys. You guys didn't miss anything because I timed out Jeff so that because I saw the weirdness happening. And you guys aren't going to miss anything. So there we go. Okay, so it looks like we're back to normal. But thanks, guys, for mentioning it. And as always, if it happens again, please do say it so that we don't keep talking. And because he and I are so clear, and the audio and video, that had you guys not mentioned it, we would have just kept talking like nothing was wrong. Except I would have noticed the viewers dropping off precipitously, and that would have made me stop anyways, but still. But let us know if anything happens again, guys. Thank you so much. But it looks like we're good. We're over 30 now back, so yeah, let's get back to that. Sorry everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff.
I'm just glad it wasn't people leaving because of my story.
No.
But so, and I don't remember exactly how I learned about Felix comic art. But it may have been, again, when I was doing searches for art. But
could it have been one of his in comic book advertisements, do you think? Because he advertised in the Image comics.
You know what? It may have been because DWJ, Daniel Warren Johnson, as you can see, I don't have a lot of his work, but I have on CAF, I've got 4 pieces that he's contributed to or that he's the sole artist on. 2 are published pages from work that he's done. But it was really, and I didn't know much about DWJ until I got into his Transformers.
Okay.
Whenever that came out, that might be
24.
Was that 20? Gosh. So now, I've been collecting OA a little bit longer than that, I think. I mean, more recently, I guess. I don't know, man, but
I mean, a lot of your pieces are from published in 22 and 23. So maybe then you could have gotten into it.
Ryan Stegman is the other artist. In fact, Ryan Stegman, again, think about Spidey. Think about what's he known for in his style. And I'm going to say my
They think I'm doing a giveaway, but that's not happening. But anyway, yeah. Sorry.
My sort of estimation of Ryan Stegman, I think he's an awesome artist. I love it. It certainly speaks to me.
Yeah, I like his work too.
I think he's in the vein of, he's influenced certainly by Todd McFarlane, and you can see kind of, if I like Angel Medina and Ryan Stegman, but I'd gotten off of what's the Heritage Auction.
Mm-hmm.
Got a piece of his pencils only, and it was from Absolute Carnage, and it has Miles Morales Spider-Man. And I was stoked to get that. And I think I got that. I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say maybe with the fees, it was around 400, 450, maybe a little bit less. And and I see some folks putting this. No, I don't have any of those fine bags. I wish.
No. He's talking to me. He thinks I'm going to be giving them away.
Okay.
I don't got nothing for you guys. And they always expect, when Felix drops in, they always expect him to do giveaways because that's what he does. He always says, hey, let me give something away. I'm like, I just want you to come here one day just to hang out and stop feeling like you got to give everybody something. Whatever. Just come and hang and that's it,
He's such a nice guy. I actually got to meet Felix when he came up to Portland. He reached out to me on one of my, I'd won a drop. And in my correspondence, he was like, "Hey, I'm going to be up in Portland for this film festival.
All right. Yeah.
Come on out if you're able." And
Yeah.
I wasn't able to do it the first night, but the second week I did, and I hung out with him and a couple of artists that he reps that live here in Portland. And and even there, he was meeting up with folks and had grab bags for folks. I think that's just who he is,
Right.
The man. He's a nice guy. Yeah, I see him getting like a bad rep, or people shit talking him sometimes, and I'm like, don't let one bad experience with his website color your experience.
Right.
Like don't conflate the two. He's a good guy. Anyway, that aside, it was Ryan Stegman, that piece that I got off of Heritage. And then I think I was searching for more, and that may have been how I came across Felix and looking at some of the stuff. And in fact, I know that because I was looking at some old pieces of Ryan's from different books that he's done. And I was still thinking a couple $100 was steep at the time. A few $100, and there was no way I could have.
Even though you had started with the $500 pages back when.
Yeah. Well,
really? Wow.
And that was just because I was like, well, what's my spending cash here for, right?
Yeah. I get that. Yeah.
Spending on a piece of art and it took a little while for me my appreciation and understanding of the market and of the art, and also my I think, am I going to get into this as a hobby?
Yeah. As a regular ongoing thing, right?
Yeah. Like how often can I drop $1,000 on a piece? But it was really, I think and I bought a few here off of Heritage, and I bought a few off of Felix, and maybe one or two. There was another site for Juan Ferreyra. The folks know Juan Ferreyra. You see, I've got a few of his pieces.
I'll be seeing some tonight. Yeah, seeing his work tonight for sure.
I don't know if I think he's on some other site, but his stuff is, and I would say as far as things go, price wise, he's on the lower end. You can get a very nice wall power piece from him for under $1,000, easy.
Right.
Something that if it was a different artist, you're talking several thousand.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so I started kind of dipping my toe in, and as my collection grew and as my appetite for getting into this grew, I opened up my mind to the fact that if I want to be serious about this, I have to be, I have to do my research, do my homework.
Thank you for saying that, Jeff. Oh my God, I can't tell you how many times I've told people this. Like, do your homework. Like, don't expect everybody to have to do all the work for you all the time. You got to put the time in. Yes, thank you. That's how you figure out what stuff is worth. What is a fair price? What is a fair price to you personally? That's it. Like, you got to do the work. Put the time in. There's no shortcuts in the hobby, No.
And the funny thing is, like, I don't know how other people do their work. I have my method. My method is often screen recording while there's a drop happening live, so I can screen.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, sure.
See, because once they're sold, you don't see the price. You either have to remember how much for, and you have to basically lose out on a bunch of drops or whatever. At least when I'm doing Felix, and oftentimes like I'll be recording the screen while I'm going for whatever, just because I want to see. And oftentimes you lose because that's just the name of the game. But with DWJ Transformers, I went for like every drop, kept missing. It was issue 5 that I finally was able to hit. And again, I had a strategy. I think this is the other thing, besides doing your homework, is have a strategy. If you're going for that piece that like everybody else is likely going for, what are your odds that you're going to be the one that snags
it? Yeah.
So, I mean, like, go for what you love and go for what you want. Don't go for something that you don't like. How can we, don't go for something that you don't like, right? Collect what you love, I think, is a rule that everybody should abide by. At least that's, if you're going to be a collector, because then it doesn't matter what it's worth in the aftermarket, right? If you think it's worth that much to you and you're willing to pay it and you have the means, and don't go beyond your means, I think is wise, then you're not going to be upset. So that's that's another strategy.
Yeah. But like you said, everybody's got their own strategy and way of doing it. Yeah. Whatever works for you.
I don't want to shoot on people, and I don't want to poo-poo other people. That's just how I approach it. So I that's how I ended up with a page from Transformers by DWJ. And that's also where I finally, I think, broke my cherry, where I was like, okay, if I'm going to get into this, I got to be ready to and willing and able to spend big money if I want good art by amazing artists. Right. And you'll notice, as you mentioned, a lot of my artists from the last few years, I have one piece that I got that I think would qualify as a more vintage piece, and that was my Web of Spider-Man by Alex Saviuk that I got from him just last year at the Rose City Comic Con, directly from him, and I think I paid $1,000 for it right there. And other than that, I haven't been able to get into some of the older stuff for a variety of reasons. A, price. B, availability. You got to kind of wait for something to come up and be vigilant. But I think that kind of brings us up to speed as to kind of where I'm at now.
That's good. You did a great job, man. Thank you so much for that. I'm curious though. I have to ask, since you spoke about getting art, collecting art from Felix and buying from his website. How have you found it to be in terms of your own success ratio? With those drops, right? Because they're so, everybody says they're so crazy. How would you describe it?
Well, it was a learning experience. I remember tuning into the his Felix Art podcast when he was doing an unboxing. And coming in midstream, having no clue what the deal was. I saw people all of a sudden putting names in the chat, and I was like, what's this? And I would write, what's this? And if Felix, like you, responds, it's like, you just pay attention, Jeff, you'll figure it out. And I was like, okay, well, how does this work? And so then I did eventually figure that out. And the same thing with his drops. Like, you just got to show up on time. The drop usually at 9 prompt. Be ready. The other thing, I do it from my phone, because when I found that when I did it from my computer, slower. And also when you get into, if you actually, if you're able to get one before it's already sold, if you're going for something that's hot, you got to be on it. You got to know beforehand, watch the unboxing show, watch the prep show, or review the comic if you have the comic ahead of time. If you know that it's like Transformers 5 that's dropping tomorrow at 9 a.m., pull that out, look through it, figure out which page or pages, but likely just one that you're going to go for. And when it drops, refresh, find that one, open it up, click buy or whatever, add to cart, go in, check out. And the part where you have to enter your information, on my phone, it auto-populates.
Yeah. That helps a lot. That makes all the difference,
It makes all the difference.
If you don't have auto-populate, my guess is you never get anything. There's no chance.
I don't even, and that was what I was doing previously. I had to learn this, right? I do it on my computer. It's not going to do that. I need to do it from my phone. And so finally, I was able to get, like I said, I went through every single issue of Transformers that didn't sell in, complete, which I don't know. I can't remember back then. It's been frustrating. I'll say, like, with the, it's frustrating. I don't take it personally. It's the way it is. But with the Absolute Batman stuff, thank goodness I was on Absolute Batman #1, because there was no other drop. I think they sold complete after issue 2 or 3, and there's one dude that just keeps buying all of them, and more power to you. If you have the means for that, good for you. It's frustrating as a collector, because I'd love to have some of those pages, but I get it. It's but I'm fortunate enough to have on issue 1, and again, I don't know how it was that I got a page off of that, but again, I think I credit the fact that by the time that dropped, I was practiced. I had my technique, and I knew what I was going for. I knew I couldn't afford a page with actually Batman on it. Anyway, I don't know if that one's going to be
but you know what? Like at this point, you're probably even happier because of how the series has taken off in popularity. It's now more than ever any page of that issue. Like, imagine how desirable any page, just to say, oh, I got one from the first issue. It's pretty amazing. And I must say, okay, fine, there's no bat, but if you look at it from the aspect of aesthetics, the construction of the panels, composition, it's really nice.
And that was it. I was like, I know I'm not going to be able to afford a Batman page, and I know I'm not going to be able to probably land a Batman page. So I went to, well, what do I love about this book? Which one? I got a page that's part of his flashback, and I would say his origin story, which to me is, first of all, yeah.
What I like is that, if I remember correctly, the page takes place while they're at the zoo, in the flashback at the zoo, correct?
Yes.
The story is called The Zoo, correct?
Yep.
There you go. You got a page of what the title is of the story. I mean, like, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we'll see it.
We'll talk about it. Yeah, we're going to see it.
I don't have the 70K cover. I do have, when Felix did that drop, I believe it was that one. He also had some prints, and it was like 24 by 17 size prints of the cover. So I got one of those signed and remarked by Dragotta. So I do have one of those. But I did not pony up the 70K. My wife, very tolerant person, loves me and supportive. She would not have been okay with that.
I understand. I know many wives that would not have been, and that would have been grounds for divorce again, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, don't be doing that stuff, Let me see. Look at that. Tom's been shut out from Felix's drops. He's like, oh, I'm gonna try again.
Like, not allowed or
huh?
Not allowed to participate?
No. Meaning he had tried. He has tried several times and just never got anything. So it's just frustrating. You know what I mean? Like,
I would say
yeah,
and keep trying, because it did take. I had to keep going with the Transformers. I finally got a page. I'm very pleased with the one that I got. I love it. And my appreciation and admiration for DWJ has only grown since then. And I've tried for, other pieces by him. I've been fortunate in a couple of drops, not necessarily always with a published page, but with sketch variants and stuff. Or The Moon is Following Us was a really great story. I got 2 pages out of that. One that has some DWJ art, but the other one is Riley Rossmo. And then the one that I have with DWJ.
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it, because I'm going to be showing almost your entire collection as you have it on cap anyway. So yeah, might as well just talk about it as they see it.
We'll talk. Yeah, I feel like I gotta see some for. Yeah,
that's it. But that's cool. No, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, Maki Poo also says the same thing. Yeah, frustrating drops. Yeah, listen, and that's why a lot of people who say, like, oh, I don't like Felix or whatever. That's the reason, because they don't get something, because it's very frustrating. And I don't have a problem with saying you're frustrated that every time you try, it's sold out in 2 seconds and you got nothing, right? That's frustrating. Sure, I get that. But it's not his fault.
Valid emotions. Everybody is completely entitled to feel that frustration, but it's not Felix's fault that it's a super popular comic and artist and everybody wants it. I mean, I got it was a Third Eye sale, but the first issue, I think it was like the second printing variant of the design variant that Dragotta did for Absolute Batman. I got one of those. But I tried for each of the subsequent, never can't get it. By the time I get to the checkout window, it's already sold out. And that's just a reflection of the fact that, like, Absolute Batman's popularity has grown. It's the most popular comic right now, right?
Yeah.
So, like, am I going to be able, maybe if I'm lucky, I might get in on another one. but that's just the name of the game.
Yeah, like I said, it's the name of the game. If you find yourself getting frustrated because you can't get what you want, yeah, just stop trying. If that's what if that's what it takes to keep you from being frustrated constantly,
yeah,
it's not fun to be in the hobby when you find yourself aggravated all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If you're not enjoying yourself, what are you doing?
No, exactly. So it's like, yeah, you guys got to do whatever you got to do. If it frustrates you because you can't get it and you don't want to keep trying, don't keep trying. That's the only thing you can do, really. So yeah, I totally get that. And for those that keep trying, hey, more power to you. I assume eventually something's gonna give and you get something.
That's it. Hey, that reminds me of in a former career, I was a junior high school teacher, and those cheesy inspirational posters that
yeah.
There was a picture of a basketball rim and a basketball, and it says, "You miss 100% of the shots
you don't take."
Yeah.
That's actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually, now they appropriate it for everything, but I believe the originator of the quote is Wayne Gretzky for hockey.
Okay.
But they appropriate it for, because it makes sense in all sports, right? Like, obviously, but but that's it, right? Like if you don't try, you definitely don't get anything,
That's right. That's it.
So so there you go, everybody. Good lessons to be learned for sure. Also, Jeff, I've actually been saving a question, and give me a second here. So what is this about? Do you know anything about this? So Shaggy says, frustrating to see all the resellers selling the artwork and the variant exclusive so soon, though.
Yeah.
They are asking for crazy money.
I know.
Is this the San Diego stuff he's talking about?
Well, I'm imagining Shaggy, if you're talking about like the ash can that just dropped at San Diego Comic-Con for Dragotta, right? Like they had a retailer variant. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but you could apply it to the Dragotta stuff too, right? Felix tries. He says, if I see you reselling it, he said, he wants it to be for collectors. He wants it to be for you and the people that are going to cherish it.
Hold on to it, yeah.
That want it because we want it, not because we want to flip it.
Yeah.
But flipper's going to flip, and I don't know how you can throttle that. I don't know how you can control that.
Well, you can. You can.
That man, almost any of his drops. Brian Lee O'Malley, Nick. That is why we go to Romita, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you get frustrated, you'll spend your money elsewhere. That makes sense. That's okay, but that's okay, and Felix understands that. That's okay. He's okay with it. It is what it is.
I mean, he does try. He puts it out there. He does ask people not to engage in that behavior, but people are going to do what they right. You can't once it's out there in the ether. It's
Jeff. You know what the perfect example of people are going to do what they're going to do is. Okay, speaking of Felix, because it ties into him. So, I think on his second to last appearance here with me in the studio, he did a giveaway, as he usually likes to do, right? He did some kind of a giveaway. And then when he was here last, he told me, he's like, oh, yeah, that last giveaway. Because I was razzing him about it. Come on, man, just don't do a giveaway. He's always wanting to do giveaways. I'm like, don't do a giveaway all the time. Because then they always expect it, And he's like, yeah, the last one, because he had done, I think, 3 or 4 giveaways on one episode, right? Yeah. And he's like, yeah, one of the giveaways on the previous show I did on your show, I saw the guy flip it on eBay. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Come on. Like, okay, that's why, look, I'm not going to go hunt down that guy who flipped it, but that's why I would rather, listen, he could do what he wants on his website, whatever, his channel. Please, God, no more giveaways on my site. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, you're being a nice guy. You're giving shit away to my audience, and they take it and they friggin' flipped it on eBay to make some money. Like,
yeah,
I hate that. It's like I'd rather you not give away. Don't do it. But he insists all the time. What am I gonna do, right? Whatever.
Yeah. But I get it, Shaggy, too. Like, it is frustrating to see people doing that because. And I'm a collector in a lot of media and areas, and it's frustrating when I don't want to say true collectors because I don't want to be like gatekeeping that there's only one way to collect. It is frustrating though when you are a collector, when you want to have it for yourself, and because there are a lot of other folks out there that either, and you could apply this to the housing market, right? There are people that want to just have a freaking house, and because there are mega corporation conglomerates that have oodles of money, they can obviously outbuy they can offer any schmo like me or anybody on this call, maybe the schmoes on this call that
schmoes, yeah,
have better means than I do for sure. But the housing market is the way it is in the States because of, in part, these mega corporations that buy up and drive the prices up, because then the resale is higher. And so this isn't just, it's not germane to just comic book art collecting and comic books and all of this. It's pervasive. I don't know how you fix it.
Like I said, Jeff, you can. Like there's nothing you can do to control what people's behaviors are going to be, right? You can only control what you do. And if you sell a product, you put it at the price you think the market will bear. And then once it's out of your hands, you are under the understanding it's out of your hands. At this point, you no longer own it. You got paid. Whoever has that can do whatever they want with it from now on. And that's it. And you have to go into it understanding that. Even though it can be frustrating when you do see people flip, whatever. Of course, nobody's saying you shouldn't be frustrated. I'm just saying, though, as the original seller, the ball's in your court. You can control what you can control. Once you've done that, just don't focus on what happens after, because it's out of your hands. There's nothing you can do to control people's behaviors, So, so that's it. Flipping it could help someone finally buy on your Matsu Kelly page. Hey, maybe somebody will buy it soon, And fine, Ricky Trish, I hope you got it for a steal. Did you really buy a Ricky Henderson rookie, John? Is that what you're saying? Housing regulations and make everyone buy comic art.
That'll flood the market.
Jeff, so the question I was going to ask you earlier, and I had saved it. Marcus probably thinking that I forgot him or skipped him. But no, he asked earlier, you had mentioned when you were a little kid, and your folks sort of gave you that list of titles. You mentioned the first thing you remember was a Batman comic, first of all, right?
I was even younger. Right.
Even younger, right.
I just remember, go ahead.
He just wanted to know, no, well, I'll get to his question in a second. I'm curious, would you even remember what Batman comic that was or no?
Probably not the number, but
if you saw it.
It was a Scarecrow comic.
Oh, you remember that?
Because I remember sitting on the couch with my parents, maybe it was my mom, looking at it with her. I could not read. I was probably under 4.
Yeah.
And I remember I got images of Batgirl in it. Batman on the cover, looking like a scarecrow, a dark cover. Is this ringing a bell?
Interesting that you still have a visual of it,
If I close my eyes, I can kind of see these images. Right. I know Batgirl on her motorcycle at some point. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm curious then. Since even the cover is vague, then the story inside the imagery is vague as well, or probably almost completely non-existent in your memory.
I can't put together the story in my memory.
Okay. So that leads into Marcus's question. That's why I wanted to wait to see, because that's what I assumed, is that you probably didn't really remember it, because he was asking, would art from that Batman comic be a grail to you? But I'm thinking, if you don't really remember it, then it doesn't really have as much meaning.
That one, so I totally see where you're coming from, Marcus, and perhaps, but because Spider-Man has become what he, I've got 2 Spider-Man tattoos on my body. Spider-Man, the ethos, the mantra, the sense of responsibility. When I think of like the core values for who I am, responsibility is central. You know, I don't always live up to it, but it's something to strive for. And that idea that if you have the ability to do good, to help others in this world, you have a responsibility to do so. That all comes from I was saying I have to be 77. All comes from that idea of Spider-Man. And so the Grail for me, and I know this will come up, so I'm not going to give too much away, would be maybe a page from 251 for my personal collecting, experience.
Right.
Yeah. So but I see where you're going with that question, Marcus.
Yeah, I that's what I kind of would have thought too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, God, I would love any kind of any early ASM page. I mean, let alone a cover, but I know that's just not going to happen. Yeah, exactly. Look at the guys doing math. Good job.
Peter says, do good in the world. Enough said.
Yes.
There you go. There you go. With great comics comes a great responsibility to flip. Apparently. Well, not with great comics. They don't have to be great. They just have to be, they have to be so in demand that people can immediately sell them for $500 or $1,000 or something.
This is the kind of collector that I am, Marcus. I'll buy a bunch of comics that I'm like, oh, this will be hot on the secondary market, and I'll buy a bunch of copies, and then I'll just sit on them until they are thing, and then I'll be like, fuck, why do I have so many issues of this?
Yeah. Well, I told these guys many times, like back in the day when I was reading and collecting, and throughout the 80s, whenever I thought there was something coming up, like I'd look at the store's ordering form, right? And I'd be like, oh, something, oh yeah, like I'd see, oh, that's coming in 2 months. Oh, like I remember clearly, I was like 17, and like, oh, Hulk, the next issue of Hulk we have to order for the store is 340. Wolverine's coming back, and finally the first Hulk in Wolverine comic since 181, basically, right? Like in that title. What if 31 had them together, but in the Hulk title, right? Like, and it was McFarlane time, right? It was McFarlane time. He was already taking off at the time, getting popular, super popular. I was like, oh my God. All right. So I was like, okay, I told the store owner, yeah, give me 10 of those. I will take 10 of those, And Amazing Spider-Man 300. Okay, I'll take 5 of those, whatever. But the thing is, it's so funny, the irony and all of that. I did that through all my time collecting, and yet never once did I ever take a single copy of those copies and cash them in, to try to get money for other comics or whatever. And in the end, when I sold off my comics, when the crash began in 94, I nobody was buying comics. Nobody wanted it. Like everybody wanted to sell. So there was no demand. So I had to sell everything at pennies on the dollar. And yeah, like my 35 boxes, including my wall books, and all my multiple copies, like again, the 10 Hulk 340s and the 5, whatever's 8 ASM 300, all of that shit that I used to tell myself, well, yeah, I'll buy this many, and then I'll have one for my collection forever, and I can make money on the other extra copies. Yeah. Forget the other extra copies. I never even bothered to ever try selling one copy because I was so obsessed with the idea that I could tell my friends, yeah, I got 10 copies of that one, or I got 5 copies of that one. Like, what an idiot, Yeah, so obsessed with that I just never sold anything until I sold my collection at pennies on the dollar. And all that shit went out the window at pennies on the dollar. Less than I paid for them. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what is the modern? I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to say that it's going to go this way, but like we're living in a bubble. We're living in an experience right now with Absolute Batman where I don't know what the printing is for Absolute Batman #1, right? But like I was there at the shop. They had lots of copies of cover A. I could have bought 10 easily. I bought my 1 copy. I bought a couple of variants because I liked them.
Yeah. Different cover. Yeah.
And right now, if I had done that, if I wanted to flip, if I had been like, oh, I'm going to make some money here, I had the foresight. I actually did think it was going to be big. It could have been. It's a crazy price, right? Exactly, Shaggy. Like, I don't know what it is, but I've heard. I saw some clip on one of the socials that it was a absolute Batman #1 at what's that? Where the roadside, or not roadside, but the Antique Roadshow, and they had a guy. What's this worth?
I saw that. I was like, is this for real? Are they that desperate for like to have segments on the show? Like, that's crazy. And it's always fake. You know that guy knows exactly what he's doing and what he has, right? Like, oh yeah, do you have an idea of what this might be worth? No, I really have no idea. Well, I think it's worth about $500 now. No. My mother would be shocked. Oh my God. Like, shut up already with that nonsense. What are you talking about? So stupid, Yeah.
That seems corny, and I don't know. And like you just described it perfectly. I don't know whether to even believe the clip, but the fact like it was on Antique Roadshow and that it was like, that's my frame of reference for the value of issue 1 right now. It's going nuts, but will it hold up? I guess I heard you can make money with Trump coins. Yeah.
Ton. Put all listen, Maki, put a second mortgage on your home and put it all on Trump coins. And then one day when I'm able to cross the border back into your country, I promise I will stop off as I cross under the overpass and I see you in the cardboard box. I promise I will visit you. All right? No worries.
I got a bridge in Brooklyn too.
There you go. There you go.
I found it at a yard sale for 25 cents.
Oh, so funny. Anyways, guys, let's get into the show. Let's get into the show and the tell. Thank you very much, of course, Jeff, for all of that. Great info. Good fun, man. Thank you. It's always good to hear the background from everybody, and we get to know you a little bit more better as a collector that way too. So very cool, man.
Awesome.
Okay, so let me cue this up, everybody, and we'll get right into this. Don't be surprised, of course. You heard Jeff say, Spidey. Yeah. You're gonna be seeing Spidey. You won't be having to ask if we will be seeing any Spidey tonight. We'll be seeing Spidey.
I would say this, Ruben. For a Spider-Man fan that I am, I would say that a lot of my original art, I don't know, it's probably like 50-50. I mean, I don't know, I haven't done a count as to what's in cap actually, but like, I actually think I don't have as much Spidey as I ought to, given that he is, my.
Really? Because I'll tell you.
Okay, you can be outside looking in.
Yeah, like I can tell you that the way I've got it set it up is I noticed, right, as I picked everything, I was like, oh, and I'm trying to decide, okay, in what order do I want to show these all, And then as I looked at it, I was like, oh man, holy shit, there's a lot of Spidey. So then I counted them all up, and I'm like, oh, okay, there's so much Spidey here that what I did was, for the majority of the show and tell, it's going to be like one Spidey, one non-Spidey, one Spidey, one non-Spidey, one Spidey, one non-Spidey. Yeah.
Well, so I was going to say about 50% of my.
Yeah, it's around that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, it's because I went into. I was like, I'm a Spider-Man collector. I have Spider-Man out the wazoo, and like very little else except for when it comes to OA. And then in OA, I'm like, and anyway. But let's get to it. I'll.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Alberto, coming in late, just getting back from watching the Odyssey. Excellent. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't spoil it in case people are still wanting to watch it. Hey, Carl from Carl's Collection in the house. What's up, Carl? Sweet. A show and tell. There you go. You're going to hang out with us and watch? I hope so. And verdict. What? Out of 10? What? Oh, yeah. Oh, you're asking, Alberto, how much out of 10 is he going to give the Odyssey? Got you. And so let me see. I admit I fell asleep for a bit in the first 30 or so minutes, and then I think it got better. Overall, I gave it an 8.5. What?
Wow.
fell asleep less than half an hour in.
Roger and Ebert, he is not. That is.
Yeah. And you're not even sure it got better. You only think it got better. And you gave it an 8.5 on 10. Okay. I think it's time you go back and rewatch it because I don't know if you even realize what you saw or what you didn't. Wild, man, wild. Okay, let me see. Okay, it was a long movie. Yeah, those movies from that time period always seem to be long epics, like 3 hours, 2:45, that kind of thing, you know.
Well, have you seen the actual book? It's like, you know, the Odyssey.
Yeah.
It's not a short story.
No, exactly. I get that. 6 out of 10 only for Newell. There you go. Okay. All right. To each their own, though. The last 3 hours I saw were good. Okay, Alberto. All right. Just based on the last 3 hours, 8.5. All right. No problem. That's funny. Let me see. Odyssey. The Odyssey has Punisher, MJ, Spidey, Batman, and Catwoman. What? You mean the actors? I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh yes, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All those actors who play those characters are in the Odyssey as well.
I
know the Punisher guy is, but MJ and Tom Holland and the Batman and the Catwoman, really?
Yeah, Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway, yeah. Okay.
I would watch Anne Hathaway in anything.
Well, yeah, okay. All right. How about The Devil Wears Prada? What do you think of that?
Okay. Well, I actually haven't seen that film. That's
watch it. It's fun.
Okay. All right. I'll have to maybe
especially if you like her.
Yeah.
If you really like her, yeah, watch it. It's a pretty good movie. I really enjoyed it. I haven't seen the second one that came out this year or whatever, a few months ago, but the original, I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Put it on the list.
Like I said, if you're a fan of the actor, why not? You know. It's probably too long for kids. Maki Poop was asking. I would think it depends on how young, but your daughter, Michael, I would not take her with you to the Odyssey. Like, I don't need to see it to know that that's not a good idea. She's way too young for that. Come on. Leave her home with the wife whenever you can, whenever she's available to do that, and go see it by yourself. That's what I would say. Tom Holland, Hathaway, and John Bernthal, right? And Charlize Theron. I don't know how you say it, but she's in there too. Oh, wow, it's a pretty good cast. Jeff has to watch Fried Green Tomatoes. No, you gotta watch that first. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that, Jeff?
It was so long ago at this point.
Yeah, 1991, I believe, 90 or 91, something like that. Mary Stuart Masterson. I used to like her. No, good movie. That's fair. Ruben sees anything with Harrison Ford. Oh, would you shut up, Jason? We watched Spider-Man today. I'd say 8, maybe 8.5. Nice, Corey. Okay. Yeah, that's what everybody seems to be saying. That everybody's pretty much saying, yeah, it's really good, really, really good. One of the best ever. So, yeah, Shaggy, the Punisher guy is a Shane from The Walking Dead. Exactly.
And he was born to play Punisher. I mean, that dude looks just like Frank Castle.
Do you think so? Because it's so funny. It's funny that you say that, Jeff, because ever since he made his first appearance in the Netflix shows, I was like, I mean, I like him as an actor, but I was like, that doesn't look like the Punisher to me. Huh. Yeah. Huh. I feel like that. I'm like, he's kind of like, I don't know. He doesn't look dangerous to me. I'm not scared of him. It's weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
it's funny how people can see two completely opposite things on looking at the same thing, right? I know that's what makes it fascinating. But yeah, I always kind of I like him as an actor though, but I just feel like Punisher. I don't know. No, he's not Punisher to me. I don't know. I don't know who would be.
Yeah,
I don't prefer Ivan Drago as the Punisher. I never even saw that original Punisher, by the way, Marcus, with Dolph Lundgren. I never saw it because I knew it would be horrible. So no, I don't prefer him. But hey, Mark Fong, I didn't see you come in. Where is he? Hold on. There we go. Hey, what's up, Mark? And Hyder also in the house, just checking in. What's up, Hyder? And I'm contemplating watching it tonight, late tonight. What, the Odyssey? What do you mean? You're gonna go out to the theater late tonight to watch
If it's on the West Coast, it's still possible. On the East Coast,
no, he's West Coast. Yeah, he's West Coast. Yeah. Hey, a new guy, Saboteur Comics. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy the show. Let me see. Do we know each other? Let us know. Let me see. Mark. He says he knows Peter apparently, or at least Peter said hello to him, so he's saying hello back. There we go. Always the first guy to welcome people. There you go, Peter. Thank you. But let me see. Oh, Sonny's in the house. What's up, Sonny? Also, Nakia from second Black Panther movie. I don't remember which one that is, but okay. So even she's in that Odyssey movie. Wow. Okay, Peter says Wolf Cop is way better than Punisher. We saw a movie called Wolf Cop, Peter and I, in our little movie club we've got with our friend Hart. And wow, guys, yeah, I don't know what to say. Wolf Cop, I will say Wolf Cop makes Castle Freak look like an Academy Award winning Picture of the Year movie. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. But hey, if you want to see a cop that turns into a wolf, and maybe some of you who really enjoyed that Captain America run where Wolf Cap was a thing, you might enjoy this. I don't know. Hydra says, we were watching Soylent Green. God, I haven't seen that since I was a kid, I think. Who's Punisher though? Romita Jr., Steve, Dylan. Well, Lee, I just don't see him as any Punisher at all personally. But that's just me, maybe, Ray Stevenson was pretty good. I don't remember who Ray Stevenson is. Who's that, Maki? Oh, I forgot that Thomas Jane also was a Punisher. Nah, I didn't care for him either. Marcus, I did like him in the baseball movie. Which one was it? Did he play? Who did he play? Did he play Mickey Mantle? Was it a Mickey Mantle movie? He played a baseball movie. I think it was Mickey Mantle, wasn't it? I like that. And they're eating people. Thomas Jane was at SDCC, still walks around barefoot. Why is he walking around barefoot, though? That's really weird. Very strange, very strange. The Omega Man and Soylent Green, great books. Nice.
Yeah.
Omega Man and I Am Legend, nice. Ian said, you like Time Cop? Okay. If you like Time Cop, maybe you should watch Wolf Cop. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. It's free on, I don't know if it was Netflix or one of the freebie Tubi type streamers, whatever. Check it out. Wolf Cop, man. Wolf Cop. Wolf Cop from Chip Zdarsky, our fellow Canadian. I don't know what you mean by that. It has nothing to do with comics. It's just a movie called Wolf Cop.
Was Zdarsky the writer for that?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess it could be. It's not like it was such a bad movie. I wasn't going to look at the credits closely. I didn't care who made it. So look it up. It's on IMDb. You'll find it there. So anyone else walking around barefoot would have been kicked out of the con. But why would the actor be walking around San Diego Comic-Con with his bare feet? That's so gross. Like, I mean, I like to be in the house. I'm always constantly in bare feet. I'm in bare feet right now. I mean, I don't like to have socks on, shoes on, right? It restricts blood flow. I just want to be comfortable. But at San Diego Comic-Con, that's like pretty weird, I must say.
It's San Diego. I don't know. Was it part of a cosplay?
Yeah. Speaking of cosplay, maybe you should watch Wolf Cop and then cosplay as Wolf Cop. Check out Metal Beast. Yeah, but I didn't like Wolf Cop, so I will not be checking out Metal Beast. Maybe you liked Hung. I don't know what Hung is, so I did not. Ray did one Punisher movie, then died. Oh, I see. Really? That doesn't sound familiar to me. Ray Stevenson? I can't even picture the guy. Sorry. 61, Rich. Thank you. But 61 wasn't 61 the movie with Barry Pepper as Roger Maris? And then Thomas Jane was Mickey Mantle in another movie? I can't keep track of it. It's been a long time too. So Wolf Cop Action, Teen Wolf 3. It may be, Carl. I don't know. All I know is it's not the greatest movie, but check it out if you want. It's free. Cried in the cinema when I was 6 when E.G. Robinson died in Soylent Green. You remember crying over E.G. Robinson? I love E.G. Robinson, by the way, especially his 1950s era movies. There was no parental warning in those days. Oh, you're a little kid too, though. Like,
You're old watching Soylent Green. I mean,
6 years old. What are you doing watching Soylent Green, right? But I get it, Mark. In those days, our parents, it was that sign of the times. Like, I remember watching Jaws as like a, I don't know, 7-year-old or something. And what, all the horror movies, whatever. If it's on TV, yeah, it was family night. Let's watch the movie as a family. And it didn't matter. They didn't seem to care. Everybody figured it's a movie. Don't worry. It's not real, So that's it. So that was Robinson's last movie. Interesting little tidbit there from Hydra. Thank you.
mm-hmm.
Kindergarten Cop. Okay, we're getting out of control here.
It's not a tumor.
Not a tumor. So Dave Stevens Rocketeer page on eBay to Thomas Jane. Really? To Thomas Jane of all people? I sold it for on behalf of Sandy Plunkett. And it went to Thomas Jane. What a weird, freaky transaction that was, man. That's wild. Nice little cool memory, Okay, so it was Barry Pepper and Thomas Jane. So I'm just confusing and thinking it was two movies, both in the same movie. Got it. Thank you, Rich. Thank you. Okay, so the Man in Black. What? The Man in Black was such an asshole. Man in Black? Who's the Man in Black? Who are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. But okay, I'll take your word for it that he was an asshole. Soylent Green, delicious. Okay. All right, let's get into it, everybody. So, let's see. Let me see what I got here. Okay. Yeah, so the first image, the first page in tonight's show and tell is...
And this is a surprise to me. I don't even know.
Yes, it always is, almost always. I think two collectors, maybe 3, have ever been the ones who told me they wanted to pick the stuff or whatever.
Okay.
It's not as fun. I just feel like the anticipation of what's coming up for you, right? It's like you don't know what's happening, and it's like when you see it, it's like, oh, okay, cool, and you got to kind of think of something to say.
I'm stoked, man. This is gonna be fun.
It makes it fun. So, okay, everybody. Yeah. So the first piece is this page from Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man #5, page 12, who by Juan Ferreyra, who Jeff mentioned earlier. Got a really quirky style, obviously off the beaten path from the mainstream, but really, really cool. Obviously for me, Jeff, I like the splashy middle panel, but I also really love the bottom panel with all the creepy, are they bats or birds?
Bro, I believe those are a raven or something.
Yeah. Really cool, man. Really cool. Yeah. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this one?
Well, so this story, the Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man, this one, Deadly Neighborhood came out, was this before Spine-Tingling? He did 2 miniseries. Yeah. And I believe this was the first of the 2 that had this, that Juan Ferreyra was the artist on. And as sometimes this is, like you said, off the beaten path, different kind of style than you see in the typical more mainstream. And I think it's either going to rub you the right way or not. And I definitely liked Juan Ferreyra's style. It also, I think, is perfectly matched to the story. Okay. Which, if anybody's read it, but this takes place in the dream world or dreamscape, if you will. The character that you see to Spidey's left, or on the right hand side of the page, is a character called Dream Spider. This is her first appearance issue. This isn't in the book, her first appearance, but it's the first appearance issue for that character. I again don't want to go into, like, that's not necessarily important or why I bought it. I liked it for the reason that it's, it's splashy, it's coming out. I like the dynamic feel to it. I like the speakers in the top panel and the sort of the sort of placid look of the pool there. And that's what drew me to this piece. This piece also was, I think, when I was still trying to limit my budget a bit, and it was more in that affordable, I want to say a few $100s. And so it was in that, it fit that bill. It had some great characters. It had, the full Spidey and in several panels. The Dream Bear, as Corey Russ puts in the chat there, like, there were a couple of pages that had the Dream Bear, and some of those were I was really attracted to those too. There was a panel where it was like a double page spread where it was this spiral.
And we will see some of that there, what you're talking about, Corey. Yeah, we'll see that. We'll see some of that. And by the way, Jeff, I'm kind of happy that Corey mentioned that, because when you had mentioned it in your gallery, right in the description, I was like, and I read it, I was like, bear? You mean that's not Werewolf by Night? Because here it reminds me of Werewolf by Night, the way that Bill Sienkiewicz drew him in the Moon Knight run. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all, but that's what it reminded me. To me, it was like, oh, that looks like Werewolf by Night. What do you mean? So are you saying, is that Demon Bear like from the New Sienkiewicz run?
I mean, I think that's who it's supposed to be, because it's Demon Bear. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
It looks like a wolf. It looks like a wolf to me, not a bear. I was like, is that really a bear? Like, okay, really? Well, anyways, when we get to it, we'll talk about it some more, because we'll see one. Yeah.
But I just think Juan Ferreyra's style, and you'll see, I mean, he's done he's prolific. He's done a TNMT. He's fairly recently, he was on a run with the most recent run of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He did a fantastic cover for Superman. He's I don't know if I want to say he's up and coming, and he's maybe starting to pop, but certainly I've been a fan of his now for a few years, and was very pleased to add to my collection several pieces by him at a very reasonable price. And again, featuring Spider-Man, my favorite character. So
yeah, for sure. By the way, Corey also says, I don't think they ever say who it is.
I guess I assume, because it bears that striking resemblance to Demon Bear, but Danny Moonstar never shows up.
She doesn't. Okay, interesting.
However, I think the link may be I want to say, and again, I haven't read the book in several years now, but I want to say that the character Dream Spider is a Native American character.
Oh,
and so there may be, and so the dream world, the dream catcher, all of this stuff.
Okay. That's more of a leaning towards the bear than a wolf, I would say. Yeah. So maybe you're right. That's it is what it is. I did want to say one thing. I don't know, you can tell me, Jeff, what you feel about this. And I'm not asking you to agree with me, just be honest. I just want the honest answers from everybody always. For me, because I've always my interests artistically in comics have always geared more towards, I prefer realism than the more cartoony stuff, right? And so for me, I like the Ferreyra stuff, but with a caveat, and that is, it's the kind of style that because it's so quirky and off the beaten path, it's the kind of style and he's not the first guy I've said this about, but his kind of work is kind of work that I would like to see it only like from time to time. In other words, I would not want him to take over an ongoing run of something that I collect, I would rather see his stuff in like a 4-issue series here, a one-shot there, an annual, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. I wouldn't want to see that style on a mainstream character for like the next 2 years kind of thing, like every month after month. To me, it's a little too quirky for that. That's just how I've always felt. But again, because I've always preferred realism more than the
cartoon. Well, I mean, you've seen what I've got, and maybe in talking to me today, you kind of hear a little bit of like what I'm drawn to. I'm easy to please. I like a lot of different stuff. I like the realism stuff. I definitely like cartooning. I'm like, I don't think anybody would accuse Todd McFarlane and his influenced artists out there being super realistic,
right,
hyper realism by any means. So I definitely like the cartoony stuff. But even that, like, I agree. I think that I like to see things switched up a bit. It's nice, like being an ASM fan, they do that anyway, right? They can't seem to have and maybe it's because of the production schedule that they keep, that it would just kill any artist, no matter how fast they are, just to keep up with that schedule. So
but let me ask you this, though. So if Juan Ferreyra, okay, and let us just remind everybody, there's people coming in and out all the time. Let me just put it up again real quick. All right. So looking at this style on Spidey, so you already know how Spidey looks, and you know how the world of Spidey looks with in Juan's style. If you were reading The Amazing Spider-Man and you heard, okay, starting in 2-3 issues from now, Juan Ferreyra's taken over as the regular ongoing artist, you'd be happy with that, or would you be like, oh, I don't know if that's a good idea, or like, how would you feel? You'd be okay, or?
Well, I would accept it.
Yeah.
Right. Probably because I would collect it anyway. Like there have been people.
Well, yeah, sure, and so would I. And
would I be stoked? I don't know, man. Like I guess I'm with you. I'm with you with that, and I kind of said that when I first said I think that this guy's style, it's either going to rub you the right way or not. And for me, I like it, but maybe that is because it's always been in these short doses. That was a 5 or 6 issue limited series. I think it was 5. I think the subsequent Spine-Tingling was again 5. I think his run on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was maybe 5 issues again. I haven't seen him being ongoing for more than a short period of time. I also think his stuff really lends itself well to a certain type of story. The spooky stuff.
Sure, yeah, exactly.
Really well there. Would I want him doing the ongoing Spidey ASM? I think it would be too spooky, too offbeat for that. And I'm not Marvel editor. I'm not Nick Lowe. I'm not the one making those decisions. But I imagine that they understand that as well, right? Like they see him as niche artist.
I would think so. That being said, like, some other artists that we like, I wouldn't accuse Daniel Johnson of being hyper realistic.
No,
of course not. Yeah.
But
stylized,
very stylized. Like to see him on a book like Spider-Man ongoing, I would be head over heels.
I mean, here's another, not only a good example, maybe too extreme example, because it wouldn't happen. But imagine Marvel or DC announcing, okay, the ongoing regular artist for name whatever popular, their big book is going to be Jeffrey Allen Love.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what? Ongoing? Like,
right.
That's too specialized to be the ongoing artist. You know what I mean? So that's that. It's that kind of thing, Yeah. It's really cool. Exactly. It's nice. It's really cool and everything, but it's like, okay, but it's just
I can see it being like, a great one shot or miniseries or
exactly.
But maybe not made for prime time, and that's okay.
Yeah. He goes the extra mile, says Marcus, and he Ferreyra, that is, and sometimes colors the original art.
That's true. And that was something that also drew me to the OA there, because it pops. Most original art, as we all know, is just it's either pencils or, inks and black and white. But sometimes there is a little bit of red in there with the Ferreyra stuff. Yeah. And that is kind of cool.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Peter, just so you know, I've bookmarked your question that you want to throw at later. Well, you want to throw it now. You threw it out now for Jeff. I'm gonna hold on to it, and we'll get to it later, just so that let's catch up a bit and get through some of the artwork, and then we'll stop. Yeah, because that can be a question we could stay for 15 minutes talking about it. So, okay. So there you go. Let us go to the next piece, everybody. And so this is the only time you're going to see this in a row. It's another Spidey piece. After this, it begins no Spidey, yes Spidey, no Spidey, yes Spidey. But for now, it's Spidey again. And it's a very recent one. So yeah, tell us a little bit of the story behind this.
Okay. Well, this one was from the inaugural West Side Comic Convention here in Portland, Oregon. It actually takes place in Hillsboro. So I happened to be tabling myself. I wasn't for a comic book or anything. I wrote a children's book about mushrooms. It's a whole thing.
Magic mushrooms?
Well, not in this particular book. It was for children, but it was called Mushrooms of the Pacific Northwest, featuring photographs of mushrooms that I've taken on hikes and things from around the region, accompanied by little, poems that I've written to go with it. Whimsical, fun, lighthearted for basically, young children. It's a board book. And I happen to be sharing the table with what's up? With another, children's author. And, as you do at a convention, you get up and you walk around and you check out everybody else. And I happened to come across the real Floydman's booth, and he was working on this sketch.
Okay. So it wasn't like you asked him for this.
No, I just he had his art up, and his art caught my eye. He's done Garbage Pail Kids stuff. He's done. I mean, man, if you don't know the man, look him up on he's got an Instagram account so you can see his stuff. He's super talented.
Yeah, he's got a very that quirky, cartoony style.
Yeah, like you might see in Mad Magazine.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like in Mad Magazine, exactly. Yeah. And
in fact, I don't want to misspeak, but I strongly believe that he has had some stuff featured in some of the more recent Mad magazines. His stuff just spoke to me. And as everyone that's clearly tuning into this show, we're all original art collectors. He had prints for sale. He had cards. He had stickers. And, I bought a couple of stickers and things, but I was like, I want a piece of his original art. Yeah. And it was so affordable. I asked him, hey, have you got any original pieces here that I could take a look at? And he had some that had been published, and I looked through that. I don't know if he's much represented on CAF, Peter. But check out his Instagram. Look him up under Floydman, the real Floydman, or type his name in, and he'll come up. But he had some published stuff, but nothing that none of his published work was something that I wanted to buy. Again, being kind of Spider-Man focused, but he had this piece that he was working on,
and you said, well, "Hey, like, are you doing this for somebody?" Or like, is that what you said, basically?
I mean, this was the inaugural West Side Comic Con, and it was dead. It was
dead. Oh, okay.
I got to sit there and talk with him for a while,
he was just drawing to pass the time because it was so dead, probably,
right. And he had all these other ones, and I said, well, how much? He's showing me his sketchbook, and he said, well, these are all 40. And the guy next door, he said, yeah, but I told him he needs to sell that for 60. And I was like, sold, dude. Like, I will. Here's the cash. I'll be back when you're done. And so. That's the story behind that. I didn't prompt him for that. I just saw it, and I said, it's my favorite superhero. It's a beautiful, rendering. It's funny. Come on, who didn't grow up reading Mad Magazine?
Yeah, cool.
So,
It's fun. It's fun. And I always call it, like I've said it for years, that is an example of what I call good, cheap fun.
yes.
And it's hard. Let's be honest. In this hobby, we can have fun and you can find a lot of good art, but you can't really find a lot of art that you really love or give that makes you happy, really makes you smile. And you can say like, oh my God, it cost me nothing. You know what I mean? Like 40, 50, 60, that kind of price range, right?
Yeah.
You don't get much for that. So for something that gives you a lot of fun, it costs you nothing really. That's I love that shit. To me, that's like, yeah, good, cheap fun. I'm all about that.
It's hanging on my wall right next to my.
Is it?
In this office?
No, not here, but yeah, at home.
Right next to my computer, where I'm got to work, so I can look up and give me a smile.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Perfect. Ruben is always looking for cheap thrills. I am. The cheaper, the better. Let me see. MLB says, is good, cheap fun. We'll see. No, what is GCF going to be the new weekly segment like HNL? No, it will not be. From time to time, as always, Now
I got to know what HNL stands for.
So you never attended one of the HNLs. The HNL is taking it to the HNL. Listen, I've explained it so many times. So I'm only going to say to you, Jeff, when you have time at some point, okay. Do a search here on YouTube, HNL Mad TV.
Okay.
It was a skit on Mad TV back in the 90s. So just do it. You'll get a bunch of skits from that and just watch one. And if you like it, you'll be watching more. And so I basically decided to use that, taking it to the HNL. That's what the character says. It stands for a whole nother level.
Okay.
He's not a good speller. Whole nother level. And he pronounces it another way, whatever. Anyways. So from time to time, I will show a piece that I see on CAF or somewhere that like blows my mind, and I'm like, oh, that thing needs to get more attention, and I'll feature it here on my show or whatever, just to give it more eyeballs or whatever. And it's like, here, this is a piece that I feel is taking it to the HNL, the whole nother level,
Anyway. Got it.
But I strongly recommend at least catch one of those skit episodes.
I'm gonna have to. I always, late at night, when that gummy's kicking in and you're just trying to chill,
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so MLB, Homeowners Association. Some cheap fun can be found on St. Catherine Street. You know that, John. Next. Let us move on, folks, to what is the first non-Spidey piece in tonight's show and tell. And another Marvel hero. I want you, Jeff, tell us whatever you like about this for sure, but artistically, but because I've shown pages from this series with other show and tells, and I also want you to let us know what you thought about the story.
Okay.
And I'll let you know why after here. Let's take a look, peeps. Here we go. Check it out. It is a page from Doctor Strange Fall Sunrise, number 2, page 16, by Tradmore from 2022. And is that Shambhala? Is Shambhala the home of Doctor? Like, what's Shambhala?
So I'm not sure exactly where the story takes place. It's obviously not on this plane of existence. Right? So, first of all, Tradmore blows my freaking mind as an artist. This was again in my earlier days of getting into OA. I realized, did know that this was going to be more than my couple $100 range, but wanted a piece by him. I missed Fall Sunrise drop number 1. Because I had my dates wrong and I was so just upset with myself. I wanted a piece by Tradmore so badly. I also had no frame of reference as to the cost. I had to do a little bit more research. realized it was going to be a pretty penny. And also realized, like, this was, while this page was on my list of, remember how my criteria of, like, if you're going to go for something that you will like, no matter what. But that also you can afford. I had a priority list of when the drop hit, what to go for. This was like down towards the bottom of my list, but it was on the list.
Yeah.
When it dropped and I saw how much the page that I wanted, it was an interior double page spread of Doctor Strange kind of falling through the space and just like these I want to call fractal spiral imaging of Doctor Strange and everything in the image. It was a beautiful one that if you were to eat like an eighth of mushrooms, you would and then watch somebody fly out of the window. That's the image you would see, right? It was a beautiful piece. That piece was $14,000 outside of that was $14,000. I could not afford that. So then I started looking at the backups going down my list, and all of them were just outside. And then this one was more than I have. This is the most expensive piece that I have in my, out of the game.
This one is right now, or was the most expensive you ever had to pay for?
That I paid, yeah. I don't know if it's the most valuable right now. Like I would imagine, some of my other pieces might actually fetch more, but when paying for it out of pocket, this was the most. And I have this screen recording of when I bought this, and it was a few minutes into the drop. So either nobody else did this, or it's just that Tradmore stuff is so expensive that the people that are actually buying it are, there are not that many folks that do. I don't know, but I was kind of surprised when I went for it. I was like, I don't know if I should do this, but I did it. And then I ended up getting the email saying, yeah, you got it.
Well, I would just like to interject just quickly, just to say, I mean, to me, it seems, and I don't follow those drops, but it seems like it's understandable that would have been one of the last to go, simply because it's a page of scenery, not character, right?
Yeah.
So that's typically, most collectors don't go for that stuff.
Right.
Or they go for it last, kind of thing. So
yeah, and that may be what was at play. It does have Doctor Strange on it, but it is.
I know.
It is small.
For all intents and purposes, he's not really there. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those things. So,
but artistically, and here, let me give you a little insight from the outside world looking in. My wife, who is, and I mentioned this earlier,
she doesn't give a crap about this shit.
Doesn't know anything about any of this. Doesn't care about it. The one piece in my collection, because I have a lot of my artwork is actually up on the wall in my office.
Yeah.
That she is drawing is this one, and she's an architect. She has an eye for.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes more sense for sure.
So it is. I can see from a comic standpoint, maybe this isn't the top. And I told you it wasn't on the top of my list either.
Yeah.
But when it came to what I could afford, wanting a piece by Tradmore, wanting a piece from this story, and I'll get into that question about the story now. Yeah. I loved this story.
Wow. Okay. Say, I want you say what you're gonna say, but I just want to quickly say the reason I'm shocked. I didn't read it, but like I said, I've shown pages from the series before, a few times, and I gotta say, I think to a man, like the guys here in the chat with us, right? Everybody in the chat who has read it, basically, it has been, I would say, if not 100%, then like 95% on the opinion that, the story though, not very good. So you're the first guy I can remember who says, wow, like, yeah, I really liked it.
I am a weird person, and I do a lot of psychedelics. So if you don't do a lot of psychedelics, I'm not sure the story's going to make a lot of sense to you. I'm just being honest. And I don't know if that's Tradmore.
You are the Mushroom Man, after all.
I just will say it is. When I read the story, I was like, this is so. I've never read another comic that is this psychedelic in nature. In the fact that it shifts back and forth. I remember exactly, Robert. Couldn't explain the story.
Sorry.
There are there's a podcast called Amazing Spider Talk. There's a Slack associated with it, and in the Slack, it's a community of folks that love Spider-Man and listen to the show. One of the hosts, he's like, I love the art, don't know what the hell's going on in the story. Right? And I was like, maybe if you eat a little,
that's the thing, though, right? It's like most people don't do shrooms, so it's kind of like, it's not like he created. At least I don't think he created the comic thinking, a bunch of guys into shrooms are going to be buying this comic from me. So you know what I mean?
I think Tradmore did something. He created a story that made sense to him. And I'm not saying that he does a lot of psychedelics, and I'm not saying, but I think that to him, the story that he told made sense to him, obviously, and it was. But it isn't. I will admit, even as someone that I see where the confusion is. It shifts back and forth without a narration saying, "I'm shifting into the dream world now," or "I'm shifting into this alternate plane," or "This is." It does. There's not all that. What's the word I'm looking for here? There's not a lot of that explaining happening.
Right.
So.
Right.
I get it, but I take no umbrage if people don't understand it, or if they do understand it and they still don't like it. That's fine. Art is
And listen. Keep in mind, though, Jeff. Keep in mind, the people that I have, whose art from the series I featured here in the show and tell, are people who didn't like the story, but they still wanted the art because they liked the art. Right. Yeah. And there's plenty of collectors in our hobby, me included. I'll buy stuff that I haven't even read. So I don't even so if I haven't read it, I don't care as long as I like the art. And if I did read it, but I didn't like the story, but I do like the art, I'll still buy the art. You know what I mean? So to me, I can separate the story from the art. I'm buying a piece of art. If the story was also good, sure, it's a bonus. But you know what I mean? But that's it.
Here's my question for you and anyone else in the chat wants to chime in. That piece, regardless of whether you like the story or not, how does the art speak to you? That piece. And I'm not comparing it to the other pieces because I will admit it's not the best piece from the book. It was the piece that I could afford from the book.
Right.
I loved all the art in the book. Actually, there were pieces I didn't like. Well, clearly there were pieces I did not like as much as this piece, which is why I went for this piece. But I am curious. Does this speak to you in any way, even though it's not character driven, but just as a piece of visual art on paper?
Well, yeah. Listen, I mean, you had here. I put him back up again. Robert said, "Nice one." Tom said, "Oh, nice, cool trad." And then there was, let's say, Hydra saying, "Cool page." Shaggy had the best comment. "Wow, another Felix success. What trad more too? Jeff, you're the man. Congrats." Let's see what else. Oh, Robert said, "Love the art. Couldn't explain the story." Yeah. So I think people really enjoyed it artistically, but most people, at least here, that have ever given opinions here on my show, the vast majority, if not all, have been like, I either didn't get it, or I just didn't like it, or it didn't make any sense to me, whatever. So any combination thereof. But everybody does seem to have loved the artwork. So that's
well, and that I can appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody chiming in on your opinions on that. For those that are Tradmore fans, he's got a new book coming out.
Oh, really?
Can't remember the name.
Okay.
but I know he's got something.
Felix already announced it?
I don't know if I heard about it it may have been through Felix on Instagram or something.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think I'm speaking out of school on this, and it's
Now
not.
that you mention it, I think I kind of knew that. I just don't know what it is, but I think I heard that something is coming, but vague. I don't think I have any details on it. Yeah.
So I'll be eager to see. Like, he doesn't drop often on Felix, and he doesn't do a lot of commissions anymore. From and I don't know how often he shows up at cons.
Marcus says it was previewed at San Diego. There you go. Okay, so just recently put out there. Yeah. Okay. And by the way, as far as the story goes, Marcus says, I'll get back to you once the mushrooms kick in.
Good stuff, Marcus. I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. And with that, let us move on to the next piece, shall we? All right. So what do we got? Okay. So let's take a look. It's going to be Spidey. Obviously, from this point forward, every second piece is a Spidey piece.
Sorry. And I hope you guys.
This one, interestingly, I don't have the color version. I decided since it's on separate boards, pencils and inks, I just figured, okay, I'll make one slide with pencils and inks, and that's it. But check this out, everybody. It is from Amazing Fantasy number 1000, of which number 17 to 999 don't exist, by Ryan Stegman from 2022, pencils and inks. As I said, man, go for it, Jeff.
All right. Well. And this is not one of my favorite pieces in my collection. I will say this was I bought this one because I went for another page from, I think it was Amazing Fantasy 1000, and didn't get, or it was another page in the same drop. It was a Stegman drop, and I missed that one. It was a cool picture of Spidey chasing Slide, and anyway, I missed that one. So this was my backup consolation prize. Got this one. Again, wouldn't have gone for it if I didn't want it. It was affordable, so I didn't take a hit. But it's nothing to write home about. I do love, again, I love Ryan Stegman's style. Look at the cartoony. Look at that panel with the security guard in that lower left hand. That's. I honestly, I love that. That's very similar to McFarlane. Stuff that I think is interesting about Ryan Stegman, and I think he's doing less of it now, is that I think he's doing more of his ink on top of his pencils now. But
oh, really?
Most of the drops lately, the detail, right? The detail is phenomenal with his stuff, and that's something I really like about his work. And what I do think is cool about his, the fact that he does pencils on one page and then they must, copy it, and then he does the inks over top on a separate page, is that you can then do this side by side comparison, right?
Yeah.
I don't have this up on my wall. These are in, I have, limited wall space, so I have these in a portfolio, but it's great to be able to look at them side by side on the pages and just go back and forth, because so many people, comic art collecting is a niche hobby. It's growing, but it's niche even within the comic book world. And when you talk to comic book collectors who just collect comics, either for whatever reason they never got into comic art, or it just hasn't dawned on them, like it didn't dawn on me that you could do that, or maybe it's outside of their means, whatever. But when they're like, well, what do you like about it? Well, it's like, look at this, look at the differences, look at it, past the bleed line, look at the perspective line you see here that you here.
I love the perspective lines. That's great. I love to see that.
Yeah. So I guess maybe I don't have too much more to say about this.
No, that's cool. A question for you though, because I got the information from your gallery. To me, I noticed you only had, I think, unless I missed it somehow, pretty sure you only credited Stegman though. Do you know for a fact if Stegman, it's his own inks, or was this JP Mayer?
Well, I guess I assumed it was.
Okay.
I bought it on the Felix drop. I don't remember the Felix drop mentioning anybody else's inks.
Okay.
I could look it up, but
it's no big deal. He's just curious.
No, Hey, listen, if I do want to give credit to where credit is due, because inkers are due their credit as well.
Oh no, for sure, and me too. Listen, I always try to get it right.
Yeah.
And I'm aware that JP Mayer was often his inker and did him on different boards. Yet I don't know. Somehow I trusted that. Okay, it just seemed like you knew what the issue was, and that I was like, okay, this is one of those rare ones where Stegman just inked himself on the story.
Now you keep wondering, and I'm going to go back. Maybe not.
Marcus made me wonder. Now I feel bad because it's like, what if Mayer did ink it? I feel bad not having given him credit on the slide.
You're doing your due diligence right now, and we're given if it is the case, then I think we put a little asterisk and we say, credit where credit is due, and we'll correct it in the action.
Yeah, I mean, down when I break up this show into chapters, and every piece of art gets its own little chapter. I'll do the work, unless somebody's going to do it for us while we're live right now. Marcus is probably in the process of doing it right now. But if I do find out that it was Mayer, at least down below when I write out, okay, for this chapter, it's Amazing Fantasy, blah, whatever, I'll put that it was obviously Stegman and Mayer, not just Stegman,
Yeah, fair. And I will correct it on CAF because I don't want to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just add it to the CAF thing and that's it, so no worries. Okay, so Peter's saying that the GCD online is crediting Mayer for it as the inker. Newell also, and Shaggy saying that JP was the inker.
Everybody for checking on us. I'm going to have to update
that. Thank you for clarifying, guys. And JP, apologies for that. But we are now acknowledging that you were the inker, and at least that you have us saying it straight on camera. And we appreciate your work over Ryan's pencils. And yes, I will also put it, I can't correct it now on the slide. Of course, there's no time for that. But I will down below in below the description, when I break it up into chapters, I will correct it for you, Mr. Mayer. All right, there you go. Yeah, it's always, like you said, it's always I'm a stickler for credits.
Well, of course, and I learned that in our email correspondence. You were like, actually, it's volume 2.
Yeah, you remember? Yeah, you see? Exactly. Although, when it comes to just writing the information for the title, I never include which volume it is, because it's kind of like, does it really matter? You got the year. And because at the year, I always have the year at the bottom. It's just so much work already to prepare, get all the information, prepare the slides. Right. I'm not gonna try to figure out, well, which series of Spider-Man was this, the 7th or 18th? You know what I mean? Like, whatever.
I honestly wish we would just all go back to Legacy.
I wish they had never stopped. I stopped the series, right? Yeah. The original series from the Silver Age. I wish they had never done that, and we'd all be happy with one series from each title, still ongoing. Yeah, that would have been so much better. Anyways, but
they got to make their money off their #1 reissue, so
Yeah, no, that's what it is, exactly. But okay, with that being said, let us, legacy number getting close to ASM 1000. Yeah.
2 wishes away. Gonna be September. I don't know how many variant covers they're dropping.
There will probably be 1,000 or so. Yeah. One for every issue that they claim to have had.
I don't count them either. It's something anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, let us get to the next piece, everybody. And for that, it's actually one of those cheat slides where I show you a couple of pieces on the same slide. So let's take a look at that, because it's the same artist. All right, here we go. And you, Jeff, can tell us exactly what these things are, because I wasn't even sure myself. But yeah, here, take a look.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully Daniel Warren Johnson needs no introduction.
No, I don't think so.
But what you're seeing here are a couple of sketch covers. The one on the left is a sketch. Felix did a drop of the artist edition for Extremity,
Right.
and I don't remember exactly how many different covers DWJ did sketched up. I want to ballpark it around 30 or so.
Yeah, well, if you look at the signature, it says 20. It looks like is that? Oh no, that's just
that's just the year
2025.
2025. So
Oh yeah. I was thinking initially, I was looking at that as 20/25. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
yeah, well, that would be cool. But I think it wasn't too many. It was around that number, like 25, 30. And that was it. Limited to that many. And it was, you get what you get. You don't throw a fit kind of thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't, you didn't get to put in a request. I kind of wish, because, when his, the art of Daniel Warren Johnson that Flesk Publishing put out this year, I guess it was earlier this year, or maybe it was the end of last year. I wish I had waited to get the sketch variant that dropped on Felix earlier this year. It was like several months later, because then I could have put in a request for a character that he would have done. Anyway.
But Jeff, can I ask you, because I'm still not even sure. So if we start with the Extremity piece on the left,
yes,
right? Okay, because what I'm looking at, it makes it look like, because I could see Daniel Warren Johnson in silver writing down the side. And so I guess I was just curious, is this piece of artwork, is it just a piece of art on a piece of Bristol board that you laid down on top of the DWJ?
Oh, no. This is the cover of his artist edition.
Oh, and it was, they printed it so that it was blank so that he could draw some on them.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The regular cover version is, but this was like a blank cover version that they had so many printed. So yeah, I was fortunate enough to get one of those really beautiful. I will admit this. All of Daniel, I think what draws me to Daniel Warren Johnson as an artist and writer, creator is, he's not the most technically, he's not a realistic, right? He's loose. He's got his own.
He's got his own style. It's stylized, right?
Yeah. And thankfully I do like it, but I could see why maybe somebody might not. Like if you look at Wonder Woman, Dead Earth, she's not a beautiful Wonder Woman.
No, okay. You know what? Let me. I actually really like that you said that. Let me come to you, because when people were telling me when that came out, like, oh yeah, oh DWJ, yeah, all this hype was on, right? Dead Earth, whatever, oh amazing, and I'm like, okay, let me go to my library and see if I can borrow it for free.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, the story was all right, pretty decent story. I liked that enough, but I was like, this is not my Wonder Woman. Like, it's so, she looks like a dirty little woman. Like, you know what I mean? Like, because the style, it's not a clean style, it's not clean lines. But it made her look dirty. And because of course the story is such that it has to be gritty.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So like you say, it's not, you don't look at that and say, oh, obviously you're not going to pick, hey, what's the most beautiful looking Wonder Woman ever? Oh, DWJ's version. Well, no.
You
know what I mean? I get what you're saying with that.
Yeah. So it's not. That's not the sole thing that draws me to his work.
Right.
When you read his works, it's imbued with heart, and they're often stories about family. I don't know, man. She might give me nightmares. I might have to run away and hide. She's a solid night. I got to go to the St. Catherine Street. This place.
Come and visit me, man. Come and visit me. We hit the downtown core, baby.
Yeah. So, but no, his stories have heart. His stories are about family. They're beautiful pieces of work, and that's what draws me to it. And Extremity is a sad story. It's long, it's hard. I think at times it was hard for me to read, but I loved it.
The whole thing is sad? Like the whole thing's pretty down, like a downbeat type mood?
Have you read, anybody on the call, what do you think of it? Am I mischaracterizing it? I don't want to. It's a tough.
Well, no, but if you feel that way, you feel that way. So it's a tough read. You're saying
it's a tough read in that it deals with some themes.
Depressing.
It can be depressing. Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of like what this main character and her family are grappling with, you know.
Okay.
And so, you know, so of his oeuvre, right, of all of his work, I wouldn't put Extremity at the top of the list for me. It's, you know, I love all of them. It's not like I dislike this, but it's not at the top of my list. And so I guess that's all I want to say about that. I thought it was a beautiful. I was very pleased with the piece that I got from him, but I would say in my collection of stuff, like I like it. I'm glad I have it.
It's pretty cool that it's on an artist edition type book or whatever, right? So that's I think that's really cool.
I love artist edition. If you can't get the original art, an artist edition is the next best.
Yeah, and an artist edition, which is all about focused on showing you what it would look like if you had the original art, and to have the edition with a cover whose cover has original art, right? That's a cool idea. Yeah, that's a cool idea. But tell us about the other one. Is the other one here? Is that on a comic book?
Yeah, so that's you know, that's a comic,
like a blank sketch
cover comics. And
okay.
This was another Felix drop. I would say more recent. I want to say from this. Yeah, you got the year 2026. Yeah, it's on there. So it was earlier this year. It was one of those mega Transformer drops, mostly covers, and you know, again, looking at what was within my price range, this one was, you know, in my price range. The covers were not, and so I would love to have a DWJ Transformers cover. Knowing I can't get there, I was like looking at what's in my range, just kind of talking you through my process when the drop hit. You know, I was like, okay, and knowing that these were going to probably be on the more, you know, and I'm going to put air quotes affordable end here because his stuff takes, you know, it demands a premium, and I think deservedly so. Maybe there are some folks that don't think DWJ is all that, but right now he's certainly having a moment. You know, just look at the ash can for Chain Kata that's going for, you know, hundreds of dollars for a variant. Anyway, this is a character that DWJ created. It's featuring Shredhead, who when just reading his series, when he reintroduced this character, I was like, they gotta come out with a toy. And finally, Hasbro actually they announced this at San Diego as well, that they're going to have a Shredhead toy coming out. I don't know when it's coming out, but at some point. So I'm stoked for that. I'm stoked. I was stoked about the character. It's super cool. It's like the van from what's the female character's name in the story? Come on, help me out, chat. Anyway, it's her van.
RC?
Not RC. The human female character that is Spike.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's her van, and of course, you know, somehow gets
Carly.
Who's that?
Carly?
Carly, yes, that's it. Carly's van. And Carly's van, you know how Teletron 1 can repair the Transformers, either Autobots or Decepticons, can repair them. They can also convert a machine into a Transformer. So that's how he becomes into being, right? And he's Shredhead. And of course it's Shredhead, because that's like DWJ to a T. So if DWJ could have been a Transformer, I think he would have been Shredhead. And he just poured I imagine he poured his heart and soul into the creation of this. The van also appears in DWJ Murder Falcon. Good point, Marcus. So this is
Interesting. I have that.
Murder Falcon?
people had kind of, here always on my show, we talk about comics sometimes, whatever. And it's like, and we were talking about DWJ, I don't know, a year or two ago. And then somebody said, oh, Murder Falcon, whatever. I was like, so eventually I was like, okay, I got it. So I haven't read it, like I'm years behind on my reading, but I have it. I figure I'll try it at some point,
I've been reading it with my son.
What?
He's 5, right? 5.5.
Yeah.
His name is Jake. The main character in Murder Falcon, not Murder Falcon, because his name is Murder Falcon, but the human character, his name is. And so.
Oh, but is that really a story you can read to a little?
My wife says no, but we find time. We find time.
So I mean, I'm just curious. I'm just concerned. You might like, I don't know. I don't know what it's about. But it's with a name like that. I'm like, okay, that's not for a 5.5-year-old. You're gonna terrorize the kid.
Anybody in the chat that has read it, go ahead and chime in. How if you think I'm just like morally bankrupt, or if you see the story Murder Falcon as I do, which is a story about that has a lot of heart. It's a story about family. It's not necessarily a traditional story of family, but I don't know if it's in the classic, but it's a story about, this character Jake and the travails he's had to go through himself and his family, his bandmates, and they're battling. The only kind of murder that happens that you see in any war is really between these monster creatures and Murder Falcon and these other kind of like monster creatures. So it's not like they're not murdering people and gore and like that. At least
CJ says, don't you have a copy of It to read him?
That's next week. CJ. You know what? Speaking of It, remember when It was on TV back in the 80s? I watched it in the 80s, and I have had dreams, nightmares still.
Oh, really?
Freaking
really?
Yeah, I have a hard time taking a shower by myself. You know what I mean?
You see, that's why you got to be careful with the kids and what you're showing them and reading them, Oh, man. Okay. Let us continue, folks. And of course, I think it was John mentioned that, your next born needs to be named the Murder Falcon.
Murph. Yeah. I like Murph. Yeah.
Murph. Yeah. Okay. So let me see. So where was it? Okay. Oh, yes. All right. So here we go again, folks. It's time for Spidey. Very interesting looking Spidey. Check it out. The Spine-Tingling one you mentioned earlier, Jeff. Yeah, by Juan Ferreyra from 2023. This looks like a basically horror version of Spidey, I guess, right?
Yeah. So again, Ferreyra, put him in a dreamscape story, put him in a horror comic. This one blends the lines between the two. Is this reality? Is this a dream? You don't even know that. Peter Parker himself doesn't know that as you're reading this first issue. I wanted so badly, this is from the first issue, when this dropped, I wanted so badly a page with Spidey in it, but I don't think he even appears in costume in the first, or if he does, it was on a page that I didn't like. But there were like either no pages of Spidey in the first issue in costume, or they were not good. So, I went with this one because I loved, again, the dynamics. You can, again, it's nightmarish. Look at this conductor smashing through the wall of the train car, the subway car. Look at the terror on Peter's face, and look at this Joker-like character jumping up and down on the seat. And again, somebody mentioned it earlier. Was that Marcus or Peter, about the touches of splashes of color, the red in the original art. And he's not doing this on white Bristol paper. This is like a gray, light gray paper that he's doing it on. I don't know.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
that's not a wash. That's the white that you see is on top of the paper. The paper itself is base gray. So I don't know, man. Like, again, I think you either love Juan Ferreyra or you hate him. But this is, dead center in the bullseye of what I think he's good at.
Yeah. No. But like I said, what we said earlier when we saw his other page, he's got that it's a very specific, highly stylized thing. And you're right. It at least for me, it does seem to lend itself well to creepier type atmosphere. You know what I mean? Crows, the murder of crows, like Marcus mentioned earlier. The creepy conductor. I mean, it's a conductor guy. Why would a conductor be scary? But he looks pretty damn creepy and scary.
Yes.
What the hell's going on here? I looked at it when I was, picking the art, and I'm like, the hell is going on here? This is a Spider-Man comic? What happened to Spider-Man? This is like wild. Of course, spine-tingling Spider-Man, that should have given me a little hint that something different was going to be going on, but yeah. So, but no, it's fun. It's good, different, fun stuff, so.
It's definitely not your run-of-the-mill ASM,
Oh, gosh. Yeah. No, it's like the furthest thing really from that, for sure. This was Corey's last one. Yeah, good night, by the way, Corey. Thanks for hanging out.
His last one.
Oh, look at that. Dan's in the house. Dan says, Ferreyra spine-tingling art. It's like Steve Mannion and Eric Powell had a baby. That's interesting if you know those guys' art. I can kind of see that. Lots of motion for sure. Yeah, for sure. Why are you mentioning Wayshak? Because Jonathan Wayshak, I think that's his first name. He's got kind of that similar kind of style for that creepiness.
I will put out there, if anybody does like Ferreyra's stuff, some of this art is still available from those books, and it's affordably priced. In terms of if it speaks to you and you like it, again, collect what you like, collect what you love. If you're doing it because you think you're thinking about, can I resell this in 10 years? Probably not. I like it. It speaks to me, and if that's what you're in for, probably find some good stuff of his still on his site.
Dan, who doesn't come in very often, usually he's one of those guys who listens the next day while he works. He's here. He says, loving Jeff's collector energy tonight. That's nice.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it, man.
And Marcus says, Ruben would like it more if you said you got it cheap. I don't know. I
like the good cheap fun.
Yeah. I like the good cheap fun. Doesn't mean I only like good cheap fun. But I don't know.
My pocketbook only allows me to have good cheap fun. Overall.
There you go.
Every once in a while, I can splurge.
There you go. Okay. All right. Let us see what is next on the docket. And
I'm Spidey this time.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Carl from Carl's collection, Carl Sodergren. I hope you're still here, Carl. I assume there's no reason you're not, but I always worry when I don't see a comment from you for a long time, and I think you guys maybe left or fell asleep. But so this next one I haven't read, but I'm intrigued because Carl swears by this. Okay, he loves it. Okay, so I'm going to show it to you, and I'm now that I found you have some art from this, I'm curious to see what you have to say about the series as a whole, not just the art, And this, everybody, is another one of those cheat slides. 2 pieces, but in this case, even more better reason than usual, because it's 2 different artists, because that's how the book is created. And now, Jeff, you know what I'm talking about. So let's take a look at what this is. So, the moon is following us. 2 pages, one by Riley Rossmo, the other one by Daniel Warren Johnson. They both one came out at the end of the year, and then of course the second one is 2 months later, so it's at the beginning of the next year. That's why it's 24 and 2025. But yeah, man, talk to us about this.
Okay, so this is from The Moon is Following Us, which again, Danny Warren Johnson was the main creator for this book. He collabed with Riley Rossmo. They are apparently, Felix reps them both. I believe that's probably how they became friends. When and this book came out kind of after, I'm thinking timeline. I think it's the one that DWJ did after Transformers, on the heels of his stint on Transformers. And I don't know if he and Riley had been working on it, while he was also doing Transformers or what, but Danny Warren Johnson wrote the story and then wanted Riley to be a part of it. Now, if you don't know the story, I don't think I'm giving away too much. I think it's the premise of the book includes this, so I'm not giving away any spoilers, but it's basically, again, it's about family, right? I think a lot of his works have that as a central theme. As you'll note on the page on the right, the one that, and actually I want to say that is actually both Danny Warren Johnson and Riley.
That's what Newell is mentioning here. Yeah, that the page on the right has both artists on it, right?
Yes.
So okay, so then apologies to both guys, but okay, at least it's on the record now.
Yeah, I got that credited in CAF. Maybe it was a little awkward because and I've got the different galleries, and for my Riley Rossmo gallery, it appears there, and I've got him as the artist, and then on the, but I don't know. Anyway, I won't go into. I'll have to look at CAF later and see if I have to edit. But the reason they do this, Daniel Warren Johnson wanted Riley to do like the Dream World sequences and pages, and Daniel Warren Johnson does all of the IRL, the real life sequence. And in the story, the parents, and you can kind of see them in that top panel on the right, it's the family, and then there's this sort of wizard-like character behind them, hooking them up to this kind of organic life thing that can hook them up and then connect them to the dream world. The daughter is in the middle. She, in the story, and again, this is like the premise for the story, she has fallen asleep and is trapped in like this comatose state. And no doctors can figure out what's going on. There's no illness they can detect, nothing, no reason for it, and they can't wake her up. And the parents are kind of at their wits' end, and they connect with this wizard-like character that says that he can help them, and that she's in great danger and she needs their help. And I don't want to give too much more away about the story, but that's where you see the dream sequences, or the sequences that take place in the daughter's mind, I guess, or in her dreams, are by Riley Rossmo, and his style, I think, again, fits very well with this. He's got a more whimsical style even than Johnson, right? It's definitely different. I will say I like them both for different reasons. So let me go to the page 3, number 3, page 15, the one on the left, the splash page. I remember reading that, and when I turned to that page and I saw that page, I thought to myself, God damn, I want that page. And, when it dropped, my jaw dropped as to what the again, I was like, that's going to be out of my price range. It was not. It was, it wasn't pennies, but it was I think it was $1,000. And I was like, how could I pass this up?
$1,000 on the splash?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
$1,000 splash. Which for Riley Rossmo stuff, if you follow his stuff and you follow his drops, his work on it's in the higher end for him. But again, it's a full page splash, and it's beautiful. What is interesting, if you show the page from the comic and the art, you'll note some pieces like the frog, Brio character, is out of place compared to the original art.
Oh.
I don't know why they changed that in post-production or in when they went to printing, but it's interesting again to see these little differences between the original art and the printed version. You see how he's smaller, and I don't know. And then
I mean, little editorial decisions. They always have reasons for doing what they do. You know, it's not an uncommon thing. You know, so.
But again, it's kind of one of those interesting things that I love about like collecting original art.
Yeah.
Noticing that, and it's like, oh,
Exactly.
That's really cool. I also love seeing, not that it's on here, but the marginalia, like the little notes that artists, especially when it is a different artist and writer, where they're writing little notes to each other, or it's the dialogue that needs to go there. And then the page that has both of their art, the reason I even realized that, I mean, I guess I noticed it as I was reading it, that they had pages that had art from both of them. Part was I wanted another page by Daniel Warren Johnson that I could afford. And because it had art from both of them, it was a little bit less than just a page of all DWJ. Plus, I thought it was a cool, in the story, it was a neat page. So it means something to me, and it's visually interesting. There was a page in that same comic that was all DWJ. It was a splash of them kind of approaching the tree when they first arrived. So it would have been before it in the storyline. That I was like, that would have been my top go-to. But like, you know,
yeah. We can't always get what we want, as the Rolling Stones said. Yeah. So, you know, yeah. But you got pretty nice stuff there. So
I'm very pleased. And those are both up on. Actually, I don't have enough room for both of them to be on my wall simultaneously. I have to rotate them, but yeah.
It is what it is. But I did want to say the Shaggy says, no more Felix bullpen, please. I don't know what you mean by bullpen, but I'm assuming you're not a fan of Felix artists. Well, I can tell you
overload.
I can tell you, Shaggy, there's quite a bit of it, because that's what Jeff collects. So
it's my primary dealer, man. I'm sorry, dude.
There you go. I mean, you can skip this episode, I guess, and then you don't have to see it, I suppose, you know. But you're gonna see more of it.
There are some that are not, right? I
mean,
exactly.
Exactly. Also, Dan says, is it fair to say that your main portal into comic art is Felix art drops, and he collects based on what Felix offers, or is it a coincidence what Felix reps is exactly what he collects?
That's a really good question, Dan. Right. So Felix comic art has certainly been a portal for me to be able to access original comic art at a price point that I can afford, and in via a medium that I have access to on a regular basis. The drops work for me time-wise, blah, 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 blah. Also, I happen to really like a lot of artists that he reps. I don't have a piece of art from all of the artists that he reps. There are some artists that he reps that I can appreciate the art, but I don't collect those. I'm not interested. But I do, you know, I would be seeking out DWJ art if I didn't know about. I would be seeking out Dragotta, Batman, but then who isn't? Who wouldn't? Ryan Stegman, I think I mentioned, was kind of, I think, what led me to Felix to begin with. Some of the other artists that he reps. I mean, again, don't want to like name drop and just list them all. But so no, it's not the only way that I access original art. It is the primary. I do through Heritage auction. I've gotten a few pieces that way. I'm not as keen on that. I'll be honest. I don't like paying the extra artist the fees. Listen, there's nothing wrong with it. I've certainly done it. It's just I haven't had much luck there. Things balloon out of my range very quickly sometimes, which, you know, also understandable. If I'm going for a McFarlane, I shouldn't even hold my breath, right? Then the other, like somebody mentioned, Anthony. You know, I've gotten stuff from Anthony, Dueling Comic Artists. I've gotten stuff that venue, and it's directly from Romita Man on their site. So those are the ways. But because of what I'm interested, I will admit there's something about hitting a drop.
Yeah,
there's an adrenaline rush. I don't know.
For sure. For sure. I mean, it's similar to the auction process in that there's that adrenaline and excitement. Am I going to get it? Am I going to get it? That whole thing, right? So, Yeah, for sure. Totally. Oh, by the way, so CJ's here saying that cool eclectic collection, Jeff. And
Sure.
Carl says the book is full of beautiful pages. Congrats on these, Jeff. Yeah.
Thanks, Carl. Yeah, it's a beautiful book, which is why I'm excited for Chain Kata, because it's, this is his next book since Moon. So.
Just pump it in my veins. Steve, hi, by the way, Steve. Obviously, I already typed hi to you, but now that I can talk, hello. Jeff, any trades or private purchases yet?
No, I'm not against them. I
think he sees something he likes in your collection. I think that's why he might be asking. I don't know. He can tell us, but yeah, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, I haven't done any yet, Steve. And if you go to my CAF page, which is new, I only just joined CAF this year, like a few months ago. I've been on CAF before, but I didn't realize it was what it is. I saw it as just kind of a place where I was like, what is this? What is this? Didn't realize that it's a community. And now that I've actually got, and I'm a dude, like, you see what I've got on CAF. I have maybe double that in OA that isn't on there. And I'll tell you why it's not on CAF yet. It's not worth the time necessarily to some of it might be, but some of it I'm just like, I'm not even going to bother taking the picture and taking the time to upload it. So the extent of my collecting is still, I'm a new kid on the block compared to folks that have hundreds and hundreds, thousands of pages. And so I kind of feel honored to be here with you today, Ruben. And I'm happy.
Please.
But I'm like, who am I to be like doing this?
Who the hell am I?
It's fun. And so I guess to the question though, like, have I done?
Everybody's worthy, Jeff. Everybody's worthy.
I appreciate that. And no, I just haven't had the opportunity. I wouldn't be against it, but I just haven't had the opportunity to do that. And I don't know what
I always say, like, as long as you to each individual collector, you gotta love what you buy. As long as you love it. I mean, sure. Do we all, feel a certain sense of happiness when you see somebody lets you know, oh, I really like that thing in your collection, or I really like this, and yeah, sure, because it's always fun to know that other people have the same tastes as you, right?
Right.
That's great. But if by some chance you collect the kind of stuff that's so esoteric where most people don't like it, like, again, as long as you like it, who cares what other people think? You know what I mean? Like, in the end, you got to like it because you're the one living with it and having to look at it. And that's it,
That's it. I mean, and again, I don't want to tell people how to collect it. Collect for your own reasons. But for the reasons I collect is what you're describing. It's because I'm onto it. I love it. It speaks to me for one reason or another. And I want to enjoy it. I mean, it's why I still have 50 freaking long boxes of comics. I want them. Maybe I'll be able to let it go someday. And maybe someday I have the pieces that I have in my collection in terms of OA, original art, because I wanted them. I didn't get these pieces because I was like hoping to flip them someday.
That's it. So you're collecting for the right reason, which is good, So that's it. That's all that matters.
Angelic pickles?
Angelic pickles, except if you collect angelic pickles, that would be weird. I don't know what they are, John. But
I'm unfamiliar. Yeah. Really nice pickles. I have been eating pickles lately.
Robert says esoteric is my secret middle name. He buys European art, Italian European art that nobody really knows anything about, but it's beautiful. That's the thing. It's beautiful. And again, most people care? Probably not, because most people are like, mainstream superhero type fans or whatever. But he loves it.
Well, and hopefully that works to your advantage, Robert, right? Like if it isn't the most popular thing on the block, you're going to probably get it at a more
reasonable. Yeah, right. Likely, not always, but you would hope. Yeah, it works in your favor usually. Yeah.
And certainly, if it's a drop situation, if you don't have 50 other people going for 50,000 other people going for it, it increases the chance.
So it seems, Jeff, that Shaggy was just being, I think it's because he's hurt. And that's why he made the comment. He didn't want to see more of the Felix bullpen art, because he says now it's a worthy collection, Jeff. Wish I had your luck, but it's all fun. See, because he was the one saying earlier, I don't get anything. I've never gotten anything. So he's very frustrated about the whole thing.
I'm sorry, Shaggy. Listen,
yeah.
Keep at it, man. That's all I can say is develop your strategy. It took me a long time before I was able to hit any.
Yep, that's it. If you give up, you again, definitely you won't get anything for sure ever if you give up. Obviously, you keep trying. Shaggy, I can only tell you, I know a lot of people in the hobby who I've spoken with privately about it. A lot of guys, they all have the same story. Like most of them have the same story. Oh my God. I try all the time. I'm there. I managed to order the page and check out within 30 seconds. It's super fast. And I still get told I don't get it. Trust me.
Yeah.
You're not the only one. A lot of people say the same story. But I can also tell you, Shaggy, a lot of those guys that have spoken to me about their experiences eventually got something. They kept, because they yes, it's frustrating, but they decided to just keep trying, and they did eventually get something. So it's just, but I don't blame you if you want to give up. I don't have the patience. I'm more like you, Shaggy. I wouldn't be able to keep trying. I'm like, no, I don't even want to participate. I'd rather not just own any of that stuff. I'll just look at the scans online vicariously through the collections of people like you, people like you, Jeff. You know what I mean? I just enjoy it vicariously, and that's it. So CJ says Scott has it all. Well, he has, I don't know, has all what? Jeff, now you need to pull out a box of favorite comics and sell the rest to fund art buys. He's saying sell your comics to buy art. That's what a lot of guys did.
I hear that, yeah, and maybe in my future, man. I also have 2 young children that I'm like, I should probably start putting money away for their college, or if
Yeah. Don't worry. I think a lot of us have been there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Steve says there's a strategy. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I call it that. A lot of it's luck, I guess, but I will say my luck has improved since I developed a strategy.
Yeah.
What? That last post about having a surrogate, I know for a fact that that is somebody's strategy. I don't have any surrogates. I don't have other people also trying for the drop, but that's a strategy, right? I'm sure there are people that might say, hey, the drops that let's all go for the same one. I'll give you whatever if you make the drop. Because I've heard that's some people have people that buy for them or whatever, and so that might be it too. For me, I'm a one-man show, but
well, look, John says exactly. If you don't try, you will never hook up with a kinky robot. And then Shaggy responds with, you might have something there. All right, I will try again.
Let's put Shaggy. Let's do it. Next time, I bet you get one. I'll be rooting for
Mark, all the way in Singapore, says college is overrated. Buy that page.
Who knows? By the time my kids are college age, if we're going to still have a civilization, B, if a college degree is going to be worth anything. I mean, who knows?
And there's another one. My friend Lee. I'm going to do. Lee and I. We're also going to be doing a show and tell together soon. Lee says, "Never let the fear of striking out keep you from swinging." All right. There you go, man. There you go. Well said, Lee. I like that one. Let's see what else. Tom says the world needs plumbers and roofers, Jeff.
Most definitely.
Some old people aren't fast enough. Need young guys and their fast texting fingers. That's why surrogates, right?
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe with some AI. I do not like bots, but with all these things that are dropped, I'm sure that there are some folks out there that can develop that kind of stuff. I'm count myself as an older person that I'm still doing it the analog way, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Tap, 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 tap.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, all right, fellas, let's keep it going, and we'll go from DWJ and Riley Rossmo to going back to Spidey. And I'm interested in the story behind these. And yes, these, because it's two side by side.
Okay.
Let us check this out, everybody. Tell us about these, please, Jeff.
Okay. I thought you were good when you said two side by side. I thought you were going to go somewhere else, but you were.
Okay.
So Romita Jr., John Romita Jr. So these are fairly recent. I actually got these. So speak of like not Felix, the one on the left, the one that's just Peter and Osborn. This is from the Zeb Wells controversial run. I can't tell you the volume number anymore. God,
it doesn't matter. It's from the 2022 series. Let's put it that way.
So I was a big fan of the Zeb Wells run personally. That is automatically going to, half of Twitter is going to come after me with pitchforks for saying that. But I actually really liked it. I love John Romita Jr. When I was younger, now remember when I got into comics was in 1984, 1985. John Romita Jr.'s run on ASM had just finished, but his style back then was still a lot more in line with his father's style. He hadn't really developed this more, what I would call still more stylized than he was back in the early 80s. He came back onto the book. I can't remember. It was either late 1900s, early aughts, and had a run with J. Michael Straczynski. And at that time, I was not a fan. I did not like this. I didn't like his work very much.
Right.
I didn't have an appreciation. I didn't really know artists that much. I just could tell the difference, that this was something different. And I didn't like it then. But I will say it was extremely distinctive. Yes. Yeah. So same time, the X-Men, there was a distinctiveness about it. It was different, but it was rubbing me the wrong way at the time. I grew to appreciate it over time, and maybe there was a nostalgia about it. But when JRJR came back on the book for this run, I was stoked. And again, maybe my tastes matured. Maybe I don't know. But so I was super excited to try and find, or when I saw the page on the left was on eBay. And I think I bought it now for around $700. I can't remember the exact price off the top of my head. And I was stoked. Doesn't have Spidey in it.
Yeah.
But it has, Norman Osborn and Peter Parker, who, if I don't know if you can come up with the classic arch nemesis, right?
Right.
And in this particular storyline, Norman Osborn has been cleansed of his sins and is no longer, evil. Although the question is still kind of lingering out there: when is he going to turn back into the Goblin? But in this particular part of the story, he still has not gained Peter Parker's trust, and you can see this in the look, in the expression on Peter's face. Now, again, yes, Hanna doing the lines. Okay, but Romita Jr.'s expressiveness, his expressions. Now, he does a shit job on children's faces, I will admit, but for adults, beautiful, And so, loved the look here, the looks on his face, the looking over his shoulder. This is an example. You can see some marginalia, and I think he's erased a lot the pencil, but you can still see the writing that Romita put in there, and you get a glimpse in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth panel there of this new Spidey suit that Osborn has developed for Peter as a gift. He was going to give it to him, but Peter kind of declined, walks out. Later in the story, he comes crawling back after a battle with the Vulture, and grabs the costume. But anyway, it's not full of action, but man, love it as an example of Romita's.
Yeah.
And just to have at that time in my collecting, I was still like, when I added this, I didn't have very much. And for me to add a Romita piece, a John Romita Jr. piece, I should say, was exciting for me. Because I never thought I'd be able to get another piece. The one on the right, I got from Romita Man. I think it was on his site, and it was more than I was at the time comfortable with spending, and I was able to put together a payment plan with oh my gosh, is it Anthony that runs that site?
Which one?
Romita Man.
Oh no, Mike Berkey.
Mike, thank you, Mike Berkey. Right. So Mike, he was nice enough to do a little payment plan with me, and so I paid for it over a period of time and installments, and was stoked to do, because again, this is kind of the culmination of the first major story arc in the comic for that run, issue 26, as you see there. It also happens to be, and this doesn't matter to me so much, but you'll note that there's Ms. Marvel in it. This is the book where she is quote unquote killed off, and that was fairly controversial again. Apparently, I
don't remember anybody saying that Kamala Khan got killed off. Is she still dead?
No, I mean, they brought her back a few. It was a device. They had to kill her off and then bring her back as a mutant to anyway.
Okay, yeah, whatever. I don't care. I've been jaded about comic book deaths since the 80s, so I just he
wasn't dead for very long, and nobody expected her to be. They were teasing a death in the story, and everybody was like, "Are they gonna do it? Are they gonna kill Mary Jane?" Because anyway, but no, it was Kamala.
I just want to say, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I wish they hadn't killed off her television series, because I really, really had a lot of fun with that one season of Miss Marvel. I thought it was fantastic. I thought the actress is wonderful. I would love to have seen another season of it or whatever, if not more. I thought it was so fun. Just, really fun. So I'm sad about that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, and maybe just one more or two more words about that piece is also when looking at Romita's work, looking at the eyeballs, I don't know why, the Mary Jane's eye, like in that lower right-hand panel, it is very pop artish looking. It looks like Roy Lichtenstein, or to me, that's what, I could see, just if you could blow up that one panel, full panel, and even the kind of back and forth between, and the name of the villain is escaping me at the moment. He's the main villain of that particular arc, but and I love it's not a splash page. It's not got a full, but Spidey's on it a few times in full costume. I was very pleased to get this. It was in my price range, although at the upper end at the time, and I thought it was beautiful.
Well, it's nice. It's nice work. I mean, I know that in the last, 10, 15 years, I've noticed a preponderance of comic fans who have just constantly been kind of shitting on Romita Jr. and saying, "Oh my God, it's terrible. How is he called a legend? His art's so bad." And his style has continued to evolve over time a lot. And there have been some things in the last 20 years that I thought, like, "Ooh, that's not that nice." But not many. I don't know. I'm just on the side of, I don't get the hatred. There's so much hatred.
People are saying about Miller, right?
Miller
covers for Marvel recently, and there was all this hate. I'm like, come on, people. Yeah, he's getting older. Maybe that's affecting it. It's also, he's evolved, and love it or hate it. But I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
JR is not another Felix artist.
He's screwing around. He's screwing around. And Shaggy says, Miss Marvel is still alive in Toronto. What? I don't even know what that means. I don't get that joke, Shaggy. Marcus says, you can see Miss Marvel's dad in Daredevil Born Again Season 1. What? okay, but I don't care about her dad. I mean, all the actors in her family were fine. It was fine, but I'm not, I'm not going to go and watch something else just because the actor who played her dad was in it. Like, who cares? Those things I live forever. Look at Kessel. My God, John. They trash Frank Miller more.
They do. That's what I was getting at. Is Miller gets it too, and it's like, people are gonna hate. Haters gonna hate, and I from where I'm coming from is there are artists out there that I don't like, but because I realize that art is the appreciation of art subjective. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that other people also don't like it or that they can't like it.
Yeah.
In the eye of the beholder, and why go around? I had to get off Twitter years ago because of the cesspool that it's become and the vitriol and why put that out there into the universe, and why receive it if you don't have to, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, everybody's entitled to an opinion and they can voice it publicly as well as privately. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but I don't know, sometimes it just feels like it's never ending. It's Romita Jr. Or Frank Miller.
Well,
never
the
ends.
outrage over speaking of like ASM 1000 and the 1000 variant covers, there was so much outrage about the JRJR cover that at first Marvel was going to not even print it, and then there was so much outrage about the outrage that they said, we are going to print it. Like, well, gee, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it's crazy. By the way, Jeff, gotta put I've been saving a comment for you that I think you'll appreciate this one. Let me find it. I've gone backwards way too far. Hold on, give me a few moments here. Here we go. By the way, Steve Mussolino is wrong, but it comes as a compliment. Here you go, Jeff. So Steve says, Jeff is the youngest collector I've seen on any of these, as in show and tell. He's young blood.
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. It's just that fountain of youth I've been drinking from. I was born in 1976.
Steve, remind us how old you are, because I think Jeff is older than you.
If I take that as a compliment, man, I do.
But that's a good compliment. No. You look badass. You look badass. You look good. You're a handsome guy. You got the cool tats on the sleeve there, whatever. Yeah.
They make you get those when you move to Portland, by the way.
Oh, is that what they do? They make you. Yeah.
If you don't have at least one sleeve, they're like, no.
Portlander? Oh, you better get a sleeve. That's funny. Let me see. So why do people what? CJ says, why do people back in being fucking miserable only got one at bat, folks? I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yes.
I mean, you know what? Like you said, if that's what floats your boat, you do you. It's not what floats my boat. So. Yeah.
Jeff still has all his hair. Marcus says, of course.
Helps.
All right, Steve.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Steve. Happy birthday, man. Wow. Turned 54. You look good too, Steve, then. Holy shit.
I gotta look at that thumbnail.
54. Wow. Okay.
You look happy. I like the palm tree.
Yeah, hard to see on that little thing there, but yeah. That's funny. Newell says he thinks he was one of the youngest, and he's definitely one of the youngest. Him, Kavi, who else do we have? Ian Saint. Yeah, so there's a few of you guys like in the early 40s. My buddy Simon K, who came on twice. He is only now, at least two years after his last appearance. I believe now he's only 36.
Ooh.
He's a rare one in his 30s,
Yeah.
not many 30-somethings in the hobby, you know? Yeah, because the barrier to entry is real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, and that's why most people fall into that mid 40s to mid 50s
Right.
range, you know? Yeah, so, but definitely one of them, Newell, one of them for sure. No wonder he can get in on Felix drops. Young and spry. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the youth.
It's the youth.
Let me see. Okay, who's talking? Dan's talking about nose and ear hair. Oh boy. Yes, happy birthday. Many best wishes to you on that, Steve, for sure. More. It's your special day, so I will put everybody's best wishes to you here. And John says 54 and still shoveling his driveway. Life is good. What are you talking about? What are you talking? John, you are the strangest character for sure. Aranga, yeah, one. I guess he's one, but he's in his 40s also, so he's with like a lot of the other guys. And you're welcome, Steve. You're welcome. I hope you had some nice, tasty cake and some nice presents, and hope you had a great day.
Yeah.
Marcus Lance Suarez, yeah, Lance is one of the youngest guys, right? For sure. Young at heart, if you mean that, yes. And there we go. Same age as Steve. Oh, yeah, you're both 54. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna outlive us all and swoop up all our art. All right, everybody, let us keep it rolling. We got some catching up to do here. All right, so from Romita Jr. Spidey, we're gonna go to, what are we gonna go to? Okay. Check this out. It is Energon Universe 2024 special, a Ryan Ottley Transformers page of all people. That's very nice.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, probably many folks on the call are a Transformers fan from back in the day.
Okay.
I have the original Marvel series all the way. I can't remember what I got up to, but certainly the limited series. And then when they decided like, oh, this is a hit, we're going to keep going. So I have those. I was a collector not a collector, but a player with the toys as a child. Love Transformers. Didn't get into the, other iterations of the comic. Later in life, once Marvel lost the rights or whatever, and I never followed those. Didn't really watch the show when it was Beast Wars and all that. But when DWJ, and again, this was my introduction to DWJ. When Transformers came out by Skybound, I was like, "What's this? This is a jumping on point," and it was a retelling of the original kind of like story with a little twist. I was like. It was just right smack dab up my alley, and I fell in love with it instantly. That's how I felt DWJ's art and became an instant fan. This issue is the Energon Universe 2024 special #1. So this came out kind of after a year or two of maybe a year of the series to begin with. And I think after the first year, and Megatron hadn't even shown up yet in the main series. This was the first issue that Megatron showed up, was in the Energon Universe Free Comic Book Day special, and it wasn't featuring DWJ's art. I think he did like a mini, like a small story in the comic, but the main story was this, and it was a flashback to before the Ark crash landed on planet Earth. And this scene, I remember when I was reading the comic, I was like, "Oh, this is great! This has, the three of my favorite characters. It's got Optimus Prime battling Megatron, kicking him over Starscream. You got a good shot of Starscream in the third and fourth panels, although he's also in that second one. You got Megatron hanging on. His arm has already been ripped off, which, as you know, if you've been reading the main series, is a major kind of plot point in the series. So this is kind of just the backstory of how that happened. And then that look in that final panel where Megatron is ordering Starscream to help him, and Starscream is like, well, I can't quite read what he says there, but you know that relationship between Starscream and Megatron has been fraught from the get-go. So he sees his opportunity, and if you know what the next panel is, he takes it. So I don't know. Again, it's not a splash page. It wasn't cheap, but by this point, my cherry had been broken, and I was all in when I saw a beautiful piece of art like this. I don't have any other Ottley art. I don't think I do. And I was like, wow, this is my opportunity to get another page of a comic that I love, Transformers, by an artist that I admire. And, I think it's a beautiful piece.
Yeah, it's a great page. It's if you like Transformers, that's a great looking page for sure. So, and it's cool that it's a Ryan Ottley page, just because he wasn't part of the regular series or whatever. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
he's not working on that. And it's like, but you look at it, and stylistically, it really holds up to the other series. Like it seems to fit really well. Like, yeah, really, really nice, man.
Very much, as did oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the artist that took up the mantle after
Corona?
Yes,
I love Corona. He's my favorite.
Oh my God,
he's actually my favorite on the series. Yeah,
I mean, his stuff is right up there. Like, it's so good. And all three of those, like that. This iteration of Ottley definitely fits in. I wouldn't say that like Ottley on Spider-Man, because he's done Spider-Man. I wouldn't say his Invincible stuff or his Beast, is of this ilk. Maybe it's because he's drawing robots. I don't know, but it definitely Jorge Corona. That's it. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I think you could say that, Marcus, of any of these artists, DWJ, these people that are stylistic, right?
I actually disagree with Marcus. To me, I didn't need him to grow on me. I was like reading it, and I was like, with the Johnson, right, Daniel's work. I was like, okay, yeah, whatever, it's fine, But and then we talked about it on my channel. Mm-hmm. I found his storytelling has at points places where he makes the storytelling confusing, where it's like there's a battle going on and he'll just super close in with the camera, and I'm like, hold on, who is this? Wait a second, who am I looking at now? And I got to go back a few panels or a page or two, or I always found that with him. And when Corona took over, I found he was a better, clearer storyteller, and so I loved it right away. It didn't need to grow on me. I was a fan right off the bat with the Corona stuff. Yeah,
I thought that his work meshed really well,
and it meshed well. It was a nice transition, right? Because it's not like it was a completely different style or anything.
Not like it's 25
similarities, Yeah, exactly. Carl says, I kind of like Jorge Corona. He has a ton of his art, so.
Well, Carl, I was trying to get a page of Corona's Transformer art, and I was not successful. I mean, I could have, but the ones that were left by the time I got around to finding it was, I was like, they weren't speaking to me.
Marcus, I hope you're referring to DWJ on he's messier, right? Because he's got that. Again, we were talking about the Wonder Woman. It's that dirty, brushy, dirty kind of a style, gritty, his brushwork. So to me, I feel, it's not clean line art. So I hope you're talking about Daniel's work as being the more messy looking one. Because I definitely found Corona's cleaner and easier to follow, And Carl also, I instantly loved Corona's Transformers work. Yeah.
I was gonna say, when I was agreeing with that he grows on you, I think that for me, I didn't need him to grow on me, but I could see how from some folks that are used to more, because he's still more stylized, at least when it comes to the Transformers work, than I don't know, Kubert or Romita Senior, or anybody that's a more pretty.
Yeah.
So
John, just for you, dirty girl. You're an animal. Okay. We got to keep it rolling. Let's keep moving on here. All right, next piece is kind of Spidey. It is.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. As soon as you said that,
you thought that's what you thought? Wow, Marvel's
kind of Spidey.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. And look who did it, Nick Dragotta. Wow, that's so crazy. 16, 17 years ago. What? Wow, that's wild. What a great looking page too.
So this was dropped on Felix after Absolute Batman #1 dropped, and I don't know the thinking behind it, but I am assuming that Dragotta must have still had a bunch of old art that he had not sold over the years, or maybe he had held on to it for personal reasons or whatever. But after his success with, again, this is my conjecture, after the success of Absolute Batman #1 dropping and the prices, I mean, you already were quoted, some of the folks quoted some of the prices that the cover went for and so on. Record-breaking for new art. I think he said, I better cash in. I'm popular right now. I'm hot.
Yeah.
So they did a Nick Dragotta drop that was all old stuff. And there were a few pages from Marvel Zombies. And again, me being a Spider-Man fan, was like all over this one. There was a couple other pages, but this is the one that I wanted the most. It is reminiscent of, I think it's gory. It's scary. My wife cannot believe that I have this up on my wall where my kids can see it, but I just think it's a beautiful piece. Look at the detail in the upper left-hand corner. It's gory as all get out, and then he rips off, he rips his skin off, and he's going to be Peter Parker no more, right? Which is a play on the and no more. The next page, which I can't remember whether it was for, I know, what would Ant-Man say? I think issue 1, he eats Aunt May, so she doesn't get to have a say. But anyway, it's gory and gruesome, but it's also beautiful. Look at those lines. Look at that detail.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
This was one of my favorites. It's just fun. It's a lot of fun. I love how it's drawn, the depiction of the character as a zombie. Yeah.
And that Shakespearean pose. I knew her well, right?
Yeah. Very cool.
Beautiful. So
very cool. Yeah, no, it's a good one for sure. All right. Let's keep it rolling. We've got to do some catching up here. Speaking of a guy that I mentioned earlier as an example of an off the beaten path artist, we not only talked about this guy and this series on this channel, I don't know, 3 times, I think, but one of my shows, the thumbnail for the show, was art from this series. So tell us about this page, Jeff, and what you thought about the series in general. All right, here we go. Check this out.
Oh, yeah.
From the Fallout by Jeffrey Allen Love.
I mean, and you can't even really tell which the comic book and which one's the original art. Oh, well, you can writing. But yeah, I mean, Jeffrey Allen Love, like you said earlier, maybe not somebody that you would want on an ongoing, but for a series and for this particular one, the feel of this story. Sorry, I was reading the comment there.
Yeah.
Man, this, first of all, issues 1 and 2, I don't remember. I think he didn't sell. I think he held on to them. So this was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think Jeffrey Allen Love let those go. Either that or they sold complete. But this was the first publicly available in a drop form anyway. So as soon as the series came out, the hype around it, I think I missed it when the day it came out in comic book form. But I went back because of the hype I heard about it, and I was like, I got to pick this up. And then I was like, wow, this is different. This is this style. It's, again, like, would I want it in my ongoing ASM? No. But for what it is, I really liked it. It is a different way of storytelling. Certainly for art, it's different than anything else you're going to see out there. It's beautiful in its own right. This page. And when I went to go buy, when I heard it was going to be issue 3 that was dropping, I pulled out my issue 3 and I looked through it. And I honestly was like, wow, there aren't that many pages in here that I actually would want to have as a piece of art on my wall. Mostly because I don't want to poo-poo on it if other people like them, but I wasn't as big into the zombie pages, honestly.
Okay. Yeah.
They weren't speaking to me. But when I saw this one, it's sequential storytelling. You get that wide angle top frame. It's, clearly a gas station. Boom. Then you're inside. The guy's chilling. He's got his feet up on the desk. He's nothing happening. Next panel. It's suspense. There was something about it that spoke to me. I like the layout. It's symmetrical.
Yeah, Peter's asking, is there any texture on the page with, like, when you touch it?
Oh, it's not highly texturized as you might seem to think by looking at it. But it doesn't have like big globs of paint or anything like that.
Right. Yeah.
You can see the dots.
But it has the look of the effect is that you see the textures, right? That's what's nice about it.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
And I out on the wall because I have nothing else like it. Nothing else is like it.
And I gotta ask you though, Jeff, and I asked this because I wanted to ask you anyways, but Carl brought it up, and it's kind of why I want to ask you. So Carl said, I started really high on the series and still like many of the pages, but it lost me a bit with the story.
100%, Carl. Issues 5 and 6, I was like, why did you go this way? Up till then, yeah.
See, my thing, Jeff, was, and I said, for me, it all started with like talking about Jeffrey Allen Love. I was like, oh yeah, I like those little sketches he does for Felix or whatever. Pretty cool things. And I said to these guys, I was like, do you guys know? Does he know how to tell a story? Can he? Will he ever draw a comic? Does he know how? And they told me, oh, he's doing one right now. News from the fall or whatever. That's how I got into it. I was like, oh, so I checked it out. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Okay, I'll check it out. And I read the first one, and immediately I came back here on another show, and I said, okay, I liked it, art and story.
Yeah.
But I'm like, you guys had told me, I think, that this was only going to be a few issues long. The pacing, there's a problem because the pacing of that first issue feels like this better be at least 12 issues.
Yeah.
Not 4 or 6. And I don't mean that to say, oh God, it was so slow pace. No, it was fine. It's just that at the pace that it went, there's no way you can wrap up tell a whole story in only a few issues. I said, you know what's going to happen? If he doesn't pick up the pace, and if they only plan on doing, the half dozen issues or whatever it was, I'm going to tell you, we're all going to get towards the 4th, 5th issue, and we're going to be like, oh my God, it's going to wrap up very suddenly. Like it's going to feel abrupt, And to me, that's how it felt. In the end, I was like, yeah, exactly like I expected it. He didn't pace it properly, and it's too few issues. And yes, I know people might say, well, he did announce it. There will be more. There's going to be more news from the fallout. Fine, but it doesn't help the fact that this one felt abrupt.
Yeah. No, 100%. And if there's going to be more, I mean, yes, and I didn't sit quite like I liked them going into the mine. I liked that part. It was. I just don't think that they handled the ending of that well.
Yeah.
So and I don't want to ruin the story for folks if they haven't read it too much, but yeah, I mean, I'll read the sequel I'll probably collect it. No.
If the story goes sideways, does it sour you on the art at all? Yeah.
So this is the thing, right? I am able to separate the two.
Yeah.
If the art is good, stand alone. Yes, I can love that art. Think about it like this, right? There are creators out there outside of the comic book world that have, in their personal lives done horrible things, right? But their creations are timeless. Now, does your appreciation and reverence for the work, is that diminished because we know that the human being that created it is a piece of crap, or did some horrible things? I would say you have to be able to separate it because the art has to stand alone. In this case, if the story can be divorced, if you can appreciate the art on its own, it doesn't take away from my appreciation.
Robert says, CAF already sorts your art by artist. Yeah, because when you scroll down on your homepage of your gallery, if you scroll all the way down, you're going to see a list of all the artists who are in your gallery and they're all hyperlinked, right? And so a lot of people don't realize that. And they do list, they put folders for their artists, and it's kind of like, like it's already, we can already, see that by those links at the bottom. But yeah, a lot of people do that. Whatever, it is what it is.
Thanks for the beta, Robert. Actually, I'm learning that right now. I still didn't know that until just now. So good to know. I will stop doing that.
Carl says that I honestly think that if it were a 48, so you wanted it to be shorter, I wanted it to be longer. 48-page oversized book with all the big beats, it'd have been something really special. I would have felt it would have been too short at that point. It might have been still interesting, but a little too, it's not, it needs to be expanded, I would think. That was my issue with it anyways, This wasn't written by J.A. He did not, he was not the writer of it?
No, he wasn't the writer. He was just the artist.
Oh, he was the sole creator.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, double check, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh my gosh! All this time, I had I thought it was his idea, his story and art.
Yeah.
Are you guys sure? Because who's the name? Who wrote? If it's not him, who wrote it? Oh, interesting. And Newell agrees with him. He thought the story dragged on. I thought. See, that's the thing.
Pacing is weird, right? I mean, it
has to do with the pacing. The pacing was the issue, regardless of what you think. That it was an issue with the pacing. So ultimately, that was the thing. Oh, okay. Some guy named Chris.
Yes.
Sounds vaguely familiar. Okay, there you go. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever. Anyways, there you go. Just I was curious about that, but yeah, it's still pretty cool to have a page from it. It's
that
nice
was it. When I saw that it was, again, it was a convenient thing that he's repped by Felix, and I was already clued in. And when it dropped, I was very happy to be able to pick up a piece at a very reasonable price.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And Peter, he said it's the start sounds like the stand. I don't know. I mean, they're all. But look, the stand, Walking Dead, follows each other. It's all based on each other's work. It's a post-apocalyptic story where most of humanity's wiped out. So that it sounds like it. And Peter, it's expensive and it's out of print. But if you could ever borrow the Marvel adaptation of The Stand, which was somewhere between 620 to 680 pages, comic book pages. I mean, that's as long as most novels is.
Amazing. 12-issue miniseries or something like that?
Well, it was actually monthly comics first. So it was 31 monthly issues.
31 monthly issues?
Yeah. Okay. And the first five, so every 5 issues they collected into a hardcover and then a trade. So you got the 25, you got the 30, but okay. So except for the last one was because they needed a 31st issue, to really wrap it up properly. And so the last one collected 6 issues, but all the others, five collections of 5 issues each.
Okay.
And a 6th collection of it has 6 issues. You know?
I collected them when they came out, and I have them somewhere in one of my 50 long boxes.
Right. Yeah.
You can borrow my copy if you can find it.
Yeah. Still really love the art. Yeah. No, for sure, Carl. For sure. This page is a nice contrast with the other pages. Yeah, it's certainly different, you know. Stand in the place
where you live, now face north.
I like that. Okay, what do we got next? Jeffrey Allen Love. Oh, yeah. So again, something that will be familiar to everybody tonight. Check this out. It is from Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man. 2 pages from the same issue, side-by-side pages, page 7 and 8 by, again, Juan Ferreyra from 2022. And this is the one that we were discussing earlier before we even showed this, obviously, about how on that second page you see what I thought was Werewolf by Night, but it has been, the guys in the chat have confirmed it is the Demon Bear. Yeah.
So, I mean, again, issue number 3, reading the comic book, getting to page 7, that splash, I was like, wow, this is a beautiful page. I remember marveling over this page, looking at the comic and just staring at it and was like, this would be a beautiful page to have on my wall. I didn't think it would be in my price range, but when it dropped on Ferreyra's whatever site that his stuff is dropped on, it was, within price range. I want to say it was $1,000. And at that point, I hadn't spent that kind of money on a comic page yet, but I was like, that's definitely something I would like to, I thought it was reasonable. I thought this is a beautiful splash page, and it's, again, this takes place in the dreamscape or the dream world. And so I really, again, his style is like this, so it's a little warped, a little bit creepy, but I like stuff that you can't do this in real life. And it's clearly a dream or clearly a hallucination or something, it's not normal. And yeah, Robert, I liked too, that I went back later and bought the next page because I thought that was a cool page too. And that one was like 200 or 250 or something. And I was like, well, geez, I like it. And it would be nice to have sequential pages. So I could have, the truth is I probably could have bought most of this issue if I had the interest to spend the money. It was that affordable. But I limited myself to these 2. And really that page on my left, that was the page on the left. That was, it still is. I've got it on my phone as a wallpaper.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Really
I cool. Just love it. And by the way, Jeff, look, interesting comment from Dan. Dan says, Juan's art is awesome. And the more I see of it, the more I think I could live with him as a regular artist on Spidey. Way too cool. Right
on, man. It would be, I don't think he could do Spidey that looks like this, but, I've seen Juan, he can pull it together. He did, like I said, a stint on TNMT not that long ago, and it wasn't this creepy,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Steve. On to 10,000. Well, where is it at? Well, if I'm going to get into some more of those classic pieces, I'm going to have to break that ceiling. I don't have the bankroll for it yet, so we'll see.
There you go, Steve. It ends with $3.875 million.
What went for that amount?
The first Iron Man splash, the first appearance Iron Man.
Oh, really? Jeez,
yeah. Okay. Tales of Suspense 39. Yeah. Oh, and here you go, everybody. Sorry, I didn't show you the colored version. Yeah, wild colors. They're very interesting.
Yeah.
I like them, yeah.
Yeah, still love it to this day. Yeah, it's a feast for the eyes. Honestly, it's
It's different, right? Like it's very different. That's what makes it special. It's how different it is from most art, right? More mainstream art, right? So that's what makes it stand out. So two really cool pieces. And I too I'm very much a fan of having consecutive pages. I actually, more specifically, am known. Well, I don't know if I'm known by anybody else for this, but I'm telling you, I am a sucker for sequences. So if I see a scene like a 5 or 6 pages long, it's a whole sequence. I'm like, oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, oh, these are the 2 best pages. But like, oh, it would be cool to have a whole sequence, And I end up buying the damn sequence, and money's coming out the wazoo, and it's like, oh my god, what am I doing? Yeah, but sometimes I can't help myself, But it's so cool to have sequential art like that,
I mean, that is what this storytelling is, sequential art storytelling. So
yeah, exactly.
Man.
That's exactly,
You gotta have a pocket that can handle that, but
that's no, yeah, exactly. Obviously, Robert says comics are a narrative art form, so getting as much of the story as possible is good. Exactly. Apparently, I'm a sucker for sequin dresses. What? Of course, Dan agrees. Who isn't? I don't know. I mean, if it's a nice one, I like it.
I guess.
Let me see. Okay, let's go on to the next one, everybody. And that brings us to Transformers, but this time from the original, the first storyline, written and drawn by Daniel Warren Johnson from 2024, and a very nice solemn upper. Well, the whole scene is pretty solemn, but that large panel is especially solemn,
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I remember when I opened this is page 3 in the comic. The first 2 pages are kind of flashback pages where Optimus and Sparky are, kind of reminiscing. I don't remember if they're talking about it with each other or if they're just remembering or if it's just flashback for our sake as the reader. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's showing that their lives have been very similar. They've mirrored each other in terms of being warriors and seeing friends killed in battle and so on. And so here you see feel the weight of it. This is an example of, again, a beautiful example. Daniel Warren Johnson. It's a quiet page. A lot of his other pages in Transformers are very action packed. To me, this one is on. Maybe not quite on the same level, but many of you that have read his run and have seen his art, the page where Optimus he goes out and it's a nature scene. It's quiet, and he steps on a deer, right? And then he kneels down and up the deer and looking at it. I wanted that page. I didn't get that. Obviously, that was in a previous issue, and I was still learning about the drops. I finally figured it out, or I got lucky, or both. But I thought of this as kind of being on that same level. It's a quiet page, but it's heavy, and it says so much. And even though in the original art you don't read the 2 soldiers dealing with the realities of the impact of war, you get that the words on the page that are printed, you see that, right? It almost makes me choke up just now talking about it. It's so moving.
You beat Marcus out for this.
Oh, did you really? Oh, wow, Marcus. Sorry, not sorry, but
exactly.
This does factor into my strategy. Though would I have loved to have had a battle scene drawn by DWJ between Starscream and a whole slew of Decepticons coming in to attack the Autobots? Sure. But I assumed, or part of my thinking was, so many people are going to go for those action pages. Maybe, you wanted that deer page too, Marcus. I don't know who got it, but that page, man, that would have been a nice one. But I figured, part of my strategy was, well, of all the pages in this comic, that and of all the ones that I really love, this one I felt would have less competition, and I would have a better chance of actually landing than one of those other ones. And so, you're kind of hearing my thing of like how I went for it, but I love this. Oh, did it? Did issue 2 go complete? See, that's
He's not sure. He's not sure. He's asking.
Yeah, zig when others.
Wondering.
That's that's I guess what I'm saying, Robert. Right, but also like zig in the direction of something that you want, right? And I did when I saw this, I was like, yeah, this is a page that I would be very happy to have. And then another kind of factoid. Maybe I'm a super fan, or or too much of a fanboy of DWJ, but having seen interviews with him and just hearing his commentary about how he approaches art, I can appreciate it. You look at this, and it's loose. He tells himself, don't take yourself too seriously. Don't treat it as precious. Don't be afraid to erase. Don't be afraid to white out and start over. The second panel, that's actually a piece of paper taped on top. I don't know if it comes across in the scan or it's actually a photograph of the art, but I don't tell. But it's he must have redrawn the head, or maybe just drew it separately and then pasted it on top. But that's the kind of thing that you get with OA that you don't get on the printed page, or that you don't get in a print. You get that depth, right? And you get you see the erasure, you see the ink blots, you see the whatever. And so again, just I'm a big fan of his. This is what made me a big fan of his.
Can I also say what I wanted to say about this page? When I was reading it, and when I got to this page, I was immediately struck by the humanity of it. And but what I mean by that is, I never really thought of the robots are the robots, right? They're the robots from outer space on another planet. Some are good, some are bad. And with this page, just like Optimus's sort of stance there, looking kind of, with his back to what's his face. And he's looking out the window. And I just thought that is so, it's what a human would be doing.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's so human in there, and he's not a human. He's just a robot.
Right. And that's what I think Daniel Warren Johnson, again, when I think about his work, he imbues it with feeling, emotion, and what I keep calling heart. He gives these robots heart.
Fantastic. Before we go on to the next one, just want to mention that Peter's giving you a little advice, saying, Jeff, you might want to go for the premium membership for high resolution scan. But hold on, before you say anything, Jeff, let me answer to you, Peter. What's more important than even that, actually, because that's not really the problem. Yes, Jeff is stuck with 800 pixels high, but that's not even really the problem. If you look at his gallery and you compare the images to what I am showing on the same pages that I'm showing here tonight, you're going to see my images are significantly improved on his images, because I spent a lot of extra time photoshopping, doing things to try to improve it, because he's using photographs, not scans. That's the main thing. And Jeff and I we've talked about that. He doesn't really have room for a scanner or whatever, blah, blah, blah.
I'm thinking about it, Ruben. It's a matter of, I don't know if I could have it out all the time, but I don't need to scan it out all the time. I could have it tucked away. But absolutely taken, Peter. I don't know what the premium cost is, what's too expensive, but certainly Ruben's getting to the point that what I need is a better way of getting the images into CAF to begin with, which would be starting with a good scanner. I have a scanner, but it's limited. It doesn't go to 17. But I appreciate that you sent me that link, and I'm I can afford it. Do I pull the trigger?
Whatever. I just because like I said, I have always sworn by scanners. I never once, since I've been online since the 90s, never once for images that I ever use a camera. It was always scanner, scanner, scanner. Back in the old days, it was small scanner. So what did I do? I ran to a car, or I took my motorcycle or public transportation, whatever it was, went to a specific copy shop that had really good quality machines, made reduced photocopies at 8.5 by 11, and then I scanned those photocopies with the little scanner, you know. I find that's still better to me than a photograph. Because the thing about photographs, Jeff, is there's space between the photo lens, right? The photograph lens, the camera lens, and the art, right? All that space. First of all, the angle. You never get the greatest angle. Even though
I'm doing this with my phone.
Yeah, you try. I get it. I get that. You try. But you can never get the great, you know, the best perfect angle. But the worst part for me, I feel, is all that space allows the ambient light. It's filling up that space, right? Which it turns it yellow. It's got a yellow tint to it. You can't see it clearly. Which again is what I spent a lot of time doing, is taking out the yellow out of these your photos.
I appreciate all the work you put.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. It reflects on me too, because it's my channel, right? So that's why I'm like, you know, nobody's gonna remember or ever think like, oh yeah, oh nice, but like, who's, you know, like Ruben, why is he using such crappy photographs or whatever? Like, he usually has these scans that are pretty awesome. That's the thing. They're not going to be thinking, oh, the collector, you know, it's all he had to work with was photographs or whatever. They're going to think whatever. They're seeing it on my channel. I put up a bunch of like photographs at bad angles with bad lighting. It just reflects on me.
Ruben's really been slipping lately. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I try my best if I can. If I can work with them, which thankfully I could. Yeah, I think it was good enough to make them look closer to scans than photographs, you know what I mean? So yeah, so it's fine. But again, I tell everybody basically because I just think it's nicer. If you're a hardcore fan of the artwork, you love the art. Well, what's art about? Art is about beauty and enjoying the beauty of the art. But to me, isn't it kind of, you're doing the opposite if you're not showing that beautiful art in the best light possible? You know what I mean? So I've always told people, yeah, go for it. Like, I'm telling you, it's worth the investment. You're going to be so happy. And a lot of the people that listen to me, they ended up telling me, yeah, it's like, I'm all into it now. Now that I figured out how it works, it's making nice scans. I'm rescanning my whole collection. Like, it looks so great.
I was going to say, is there, because I do sketching, I'm not an artist, but I do a little bit of sketching myself. And like, when I take a picture of my art and then look at the way that picture comes out versus when I scan it, sometimes I think the picture actually does look better because the scan, and maybe it's my scanner, maybe it's not a good quality scanner or whatever, I'm sure it's not. But I'm just wondering, because I was going to say, I believe, and maybe I'll get in trouble for saying this, but I think I heard Felix once mention on one of his shows that he actually photographs rather than scans, but I'm sure also he's got a much better setup than an iPhone 14 Pro. He's not hovering. He's got the lights and he's got a professional camera and he's probably got it mounted so it's perfectly lined up. But I would push back that at least with my experience using my camera versus my scanner, which is also admittedly a cheap scanner, I've seen a qualitative difference. But I appreciate completely you all when I say
I mean that's
have a lot more experience with CAF and probably even with just collecting in general in terms of original art. So I'm going to take what you say, and certainly I've taken it to heart. I'm already looking at the scanner that you sent.
Listen, like I said, don't feel pressured.
No.
I feel, I admit, I'm adamantly, in favor of it, and I hate photographs or whatever. But again, ultimately, it's your choice, But I want people to be aware, that the art would look so much nicer that way. So you're sharing it for a reason. So I figure, why not share it in the nicest light possible? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I very much appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's it.
So Dan says the scanner is nice, but whenever possible, it's faster to download the scans from the seller you got the art from. Yeah, but what if their scans aren't of good quality?
And Felix his watermark on it. So it's like,
yeah. And I hate when they have the watermark of the dealer. If it had that, I would rather not use it. Then I would rather have the photography or whatever, you know. I wanted to take a close look at the last page in his gallery. Who are you talking about? Good point. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it, it makes me laugh. Oh, is that Canadian band? What is that? The lyrics from that song Photograph? What, Nickelback? Is that a Nickelback song? Is that what you're doing there? Okay. Hanna's finest. Hey Jeff, show some more of the sketchbook. That little peek was a great tease. What's he talking about?
Oh, I did.
Oh, okay.
This is a character that I am drawing.
Oh, that's your stuff?
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, you draw?
Yeah. This is another one.
Oh, look at that. That's so cool. Oh, look at you and your shrooms.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I created a character. Oh, this is another mushroom. Let me see if I've got one of there's that Batman. I'm still learning. Well, I will say, Daniel Warren Johnson has been a big influence on me. I wouldn't have gotten this into. This is a character that I'm in the middle of developing. Toro con leche. I don't want to. Yeah, here he is playing volleyball, but anyway,
it's fun stuff. It's fun stuff.
You know what? I love art so much. I've started actually doing it. But it's just it's for fun.
Why not? That's cool.
The prompt. I appreciate that.
Yeah, for sure. No problem. Robert, just want to say, scanners. So the scanning light, if you're talking about paintings, for example, or colored art, yes, the scanner light will affect certain colors, and that's a struggle. And even in Photoshop for me, listen, I scanned my entire painting collection, and that was over 200 paintings. And each painting, the ones that were small enough to fit on my large scanner, in one pass, that the scanning is easy enough. But then, I spent a lot of time on trying to adjust the colors to get them as accurate as possible. You can never quite get it as accurate as possible with colored work. But the pain in the ass for me was the larger paintings where it's now, I got to scan this in 2 pieces or 4 pieces, or in the case of a couple of my biggest ones, 8 pieces, and then stitch them together in Photoshop, and without seeing the stitch lines, show that, because that looks awful. On a lot of my paintings, I spent from start to finish about an hour and a half just to scan, right? To scan the multiple pieces they needed, and then stitch them all together, and then play with the colors or whatever to make it look accurate. Yeah, about an hour and a half per scan, per painting or whatever. So, so I get it for sure. Sometimes better to have a camera, but again, cameras also don't really do a good job if you don't know how to do the proper lighting, or if the house doesn't have proper lighting. You're right,
Well, and I would be embarrassed to describe to you how I'm doing my for the pieces that I've uploaded to CAF. I mean, it's not even certainly a far cry from professional.
Yeah. Nickelback is awesome. Wow. Okay. Mushroom guy, shroom. Marcus says Jeff is a fun guy. He is. He's been great. Man.
Having a blast. I hope you guys are having fun too.
As a lifelong Smurf fan, I love your mushroom dudes.
Well, it's funny. Last October, November, we had so many fly amanitas in the park near my house. I actually went back with some of my old Smurf, figurines, and I placed them. I did some photography. It was a trip. Super fun. A fun guy.
Fun guy. That's a good one, actually. It's a very good pun. Okay, we've been here long, and we still have a few more to go. So let's try to move this forward a little bit faster so we can get to the end and let you get back to your family, Jeff. Okay, so what was the Transformers. So the next one, we talked about it. Tell us about this piece. Obviously, it's because it relates to your past. Check this out, everybody. It is
Oh yeah.
the Amazing Spider-Man 251 cover reinterpretation by the amazing Ron Frenz from just last year in 2025.
Yeah. So this
Beauty,
is
by the way, beauty.
thank you. I am just so happy with how this turned out. And you know, Ron Frenz, this is issue 251, as you all remember from my origin story of how I got into comics. This was my first real comic when I first started collecting after my parents got me that subscription. Great jumping on point. It was, I believe, the first issue that Ron Frenz, new creative team, Tom DeFalco, Ron Frenz, started writing the book, new direction, you know, picking up the storyline from Roger Stern and JR. And I mean, I can remember this comic almost, you know, I don't know how many times I read the darn thing. I can almost see it in my my mind's eye when I close my eyes. So again, I didn't realize for the longest time in my life that you could actually get art from these artists. Many years ago, I think it was, I guess it was probably post-pandemic, but I reached out through Catskill Comics, who are, I guess, the rep for Ron Frenz. I must have Googled and figured that out. And I said, I would like to, you know, be, get on Mr. Frenz's commissions list.
Right.
And I can't remember what number they said I was, number 300 or something like that, or some number that was a very high number. And yeah, Tom and Dan are friends. Okay. But yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, how long will that take? And so like a year later, I reached back out and said, you are now number, you know, 100 and something. And I was like, oh my God, this is going
wow, really?
Yeah, I was like, this is going to take years.
That
and
meant? Wow.
It was years. I'd almost forgotten about it. And then finally I got an email from Catskill Comics saying, you're next on, you know, Mr. Frenz's list. Please reply to the email with, you know, what you would like. And so I basically said, you know, there, you know, pricing was included and what, you know, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it was probably around 3 years, Dan.
Okay.
Commission, all things set. Once I got my order in, it was really just a month or two. I think I did pay the full amount down, actually, Marcus. I think I paid $1,000 for this piece. It's pencils only if I had wanted it.
But it was full price only when they call you to say or email you to say, yeah, hey, it's your turn coming up. Are you ready?
Right, exactly. I didn't put anything down to be on the list. It was, once I was told, you know, you're next, do you want to go? Then I had to pay. But I basically I gave my story. I said, this was my first comic ever, you know, whatever. It started me on my journey. It's really meaningful to me. I would love it to be a cover recreation or not recreation, but a reinterpretation, as you kind of put here. And I kind of threw out the elements that I wanted. I said, maybe I would love for the battle van to be in it. I would love it to be, you know, a battle between Spidey and the Hobgoblin. There's a scene that takes place towards the end of the comic where they're you know, fisticuffs are happening in the battle van as the battle van is self-driving, careening through the streets of New York towards, you know, the harbor. So, you know, that's basically all I said. And this is what I got back. And it just blew my freaking mind. Yeah, I love it. I couldn't be happier with it. So pleased. And I can't believe, I mean, to Ron Frenz, who just seems to be knocking these things out, he's just working through his list. You know, I don't know if you follow him on the socials, you'll see he posts every once in a while. And the guy's, he's still got it. I mean,
yeah, beautiful stuff. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Yeah. I would love to see him. I would love to see Frenz as the regular Amazing Spider-Man artist again.
Yeah. Oh man,
yeah.
I would love that. That, you know, even if it was just a, you know, 1 year stint, that would be.
Oh awesome. My God, that would be wow. Yeah, I wasn't even going to say that. I was going to be like, my God, just like 3-4 issues, I'd be so happy. You know, like 1 year, you're asking.
He and Tom did when Venom 252 came out, because it was Tom and Frenz on issue ASM 252. So when Venom had an issue 252 with their legacy numbering, they did a story in the back. So that was pretty. Anyway. Yeah, I would love to see him. Yeah, even if he did, maybe I don't know if he's got a mini story in the back of 1000. Oh.
You never know. Yeah, I mean, it is 1000. If there was ever going to be something with him, that would be, you would think, at the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that one, Ruben. That one's got a special place in my heart. Yeah,
for sure. No, absolutely. Yeah, I knew that, so I couldn't leave that out. You know what I mean? So yeah, for sure. And I wish you luck if you ever do, Jeff. Try to hunt down a page from the issue. I wish you luck, because that's going to cost you, obviously.
It'll cost me. But you know what? I mean, I've seen pages from 252 go for, I mean, it's expensive.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, if 252.
That's that much. Right. You're like, oh, I think I could manage if it comes up. Yeah, right.
Probably swing it. I would spend 5 to 10.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You should be okay then.
But I bet you I could find a page from 251.
Let me ask you this though, out of curiosity, if a page suddenly came up and you happen to somebody brings it to your attention, would you go after it no matter what, or does it have to be a particular page that you would wait for a better page, or like, you know what I mean?
That's
you
a
want
tough question.
On the issue?
I mean, I don't think it would depend on price.
No, but assuming you were happy with the price, let's say the price is right, but it's like the worst page of the book, would you still think like, okay, but
I would probably go for it. I would probably, if I thought that the price was commensurate with the worst page of the book,
quality, right? Okay, you would still take it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But for the fact that who was it, Marcus or Peter, who was somebody that mentioned at the beginning, asked me that question about like that Batman. If I could find a page, would that be my grail?
All right.
But this one, did I PayPal him friends and family? Nice, Marcus.
Hey, Evans. He's actually taking his ASM 256 to Terrificon to get his signature by Frenz.
Comic or page?
Comic, I guess.
Yeah.
Or page. I don't know. Let us know, Evans.
Page. No, I mean, I don't even know where to find, like, I guess I haven't done real heavy digging or looking. Would I sell all my Felix pages for it? Now, that's the question I thought you were going to ask, Ruben, was would I trade and or sell a page of, like, some of my other pieces?
One of your other, yeah.
That's a
good question.
That's a good question.
Yeah, good question.
I don't know. It would have, if that were the case, no, I wouldn't do it for the crappiest page in the book. No.
Okay. You mean trading something away? You mean?
I wouldn't trade trade my Transformers page by Daniel Warren Johnson for the crappiest page.
Yeah, right.
I'm 251. I wouldn't do that. Right. But if it was the best page in 251, maybe. Yeah, hard to tell.
Yeah. Sell for the silver, take home the bronze. Tough question. It is a tough question, though, for sure.
It's a great question. That's exactly the kind of question that we can.
Yeah, and you haven't like been collecting for so long that, like many of us, we've accumulated volume of pages, right? Where it's like, oh, you got several hundred pages in your collection, so it kind of gets easier to sort of like, yeah, I guess I could get part with one of these if somebody was willing to take this for that. Okay, you know what I mean? But like.
If somebody wants one of my Mobiles pages,
you know?
Yeah.
All right. Let us see what we got next. And oh yes, okay. This is where Shaggy, we're gonna make Shaggy sad. But this one's beautiful. I only read the first issue. I was not a fan. People seem to love it. What can I tell you? The art's really lovely though. Let's check it out. Here we go. From Absolute Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
And it's number 4. And oops, I made a mistake and I forgot to type. This bugged me. I forgot to type the
the second page.
The second page, yeah.
It's a different issue, and it's by far the more attractive of the two, at least in my estimation. Hayden Sherman is another one of these, not your average artist, right? Might be an acquired bit, but man, the page on the left was, number 4, page 22. It was one of the earlier ones. I think it might have been. I don't know. I can't remember in terms of when they dropped, if this was the first that was actually available to the public, or if earlier issues were. But this is the first one that I went for, and I also at the time was didn't have as deep pockets, but I wanted a page from this comic. I was really enjoying it, and this one had, it's still a pretty page. But and it had Wonder Woman's face kind of, and a minifig in the background there. Not again, not my favorite piece in my whole collection, but I think an important piece in some respect. The second page I love. I think it's beautiful. It's got some just the design of the page, the outline, not the outline, layout of the page is beautiful. I love how Sherman, does this stylistic stuff with the panel work. These aren't just like square panels or rectangular panels. The layout is artistic in and of itself. It's a piece of, and the fact that he does this throughout each and every book, I just don't know how much time does it take him to do this? It's incredible. And yeah, it's.
Well, apparently not that long, because it's a monthly book, right?
Exactly. Like this guy, wow, the talent. Anyway, I don't know. I could probably go on and on, but I should probably shut up.
Tell me, Jeff. In so far as are you caught up on it in terms of reading the series?
Oh, I mean, of the absolute line, I would say Wonder Woman is my second favorite to Batman.
Okay.
Followed by Superman. So yeah, I'm fairly caught up, although I am not like 100%. I'm probably 4 or 5 issues behind in my reading. But I'm, and that's not because I'm not enjoying it though. It's because I have a real habit when it comes to comic books, and I've got a stack of comics, several stacks of comics on my shelf at home that are my unread pile, and then I've got boxes and boxes of unread comics in the basement that just I buy more than I can read in the time before the next batch comes out, and then I'm like, oh well, I have the ones that always make their way to the top of the pile no matter how many comics behind I am on other series, but no, my intention is to get caught up with this one and do it soon. I do enjoy it, but you were saying you weren't as much of a fan of the story so much.
Yeah, I only read the first issue, right? I tried Batman and Wonder Woman around the same time as each other. I thought Batman was, pretty decent. It didn't blow me away, but I thought it was decent for a first issue. But Wonder Woman, I just felt like, it was just like, I don't know. It was like taking the original origin and just making little changes here and there. I don't know. It just did not seem, it wasn't interesting to me at all. But in fairness, it was only one issue. And then after that, as the series went on, and I started hearing like so much hype about it, and everybody was like, not only starting to hype it up the way they're doing Absolute Batman, but in fact, some people, quite a few people online, I started saying, oh, my favorite Absolute title is Wonder Woman and then Batman, right? So I was like, wow, like there's a lot of people out there that even prefer the Wonder Woman to the Batman. I'm like, damn, maybe I should give this another try at some point,
Yeah. I've heard the same kind of talk online of people putting this on the same level, or like you said, even maybe a little higher. And I wonder, for me, I think it might be, I don't know. I mean, the art for both titles are phenomenal, but Hayden Sherman's stuff is just so different. It strikes It hits different. I don't know. I would say I hadn't heard of Hayden Sherman before this title came out, and then I will say, like, now, and again, this is the title that caused Felix to pick up Sherman as an artist. Apparently Felix had.
Wait, what do you mean? He. What do you mean? I thought he already had him at this time. No.
No. He. I remember, again, I don't know if it was on an unboxing or if it was on one of his podcasts, regular episodes or whatever. But he actually talks about. He had been in talks with Sherman a couple of years ago. At the time, had declined to take Sherman on and rep him, but I think as a result of this book and just seeing him grow as an artist, Felix. And again, I'm recalling now to all of you what I remember hearing Felix. So this is hearsay. I could be misremembering or something, but this is what I recall him saying, and perhaps colored by my interpretation of that in my memory. But I know that he did not rep Hayden Sherman prior to this book coming out. So something's going on here. And since he has been repping him, he's dropped like Batman Dark Patterns. And I wasn't reading the book, but man, seeing the pages drop, I've almost bought, like, you know, like you were saying, the art is so good. Not knowing the story, I would still buy the art. It's that freaking amazing.
Right. I will say, I felt like in the first issue, I was not that impressed with the art. I was like, oh, okay, it has kind of an old school, if you will, Michael Kaluta and new school Bilquis Evely, who I feel her sensibility is very Mike Kaluta-ish. It had that kind of a look, but I was like, okay, yeah, well, I don't know, it's all right, I guess. But I will say that now that I've seen more artwork that people have been posting from later issues after #1, in particular, the one here on the right from issue 10, I noticed like, oh, okay, he started using a lot of that design sensibility, the graphic design, that beautiful graphic design that he was using in Batman Dark Patterns, which at the time that I was trying to tell people, like, everybody's talking about this person and this artist in their Batman, it's not Batman, their Wonder Woman work, but like, check out the Batman thing. That's real, the panel construction is so out of this world outstanding. And I see he started doing that kind of thing here with the Wonder Woman as well. So again, not impressed with art or story in the first issue, but I can see at least artistically it definitely ramped up pretty quickly and got really, really nice here, you know?
And Peter, that is the final page in that issue #4, just to end that question in the post.
Yeah, the first page is for number 22. That's the end page. And I don't know if you noticed that, because I did it very like a sly dog, Jeff, but I corrected the I made two new scans, which I can even on the color one, I've got them both. Both pages are listed now. There we go.
Nice.
There we go.
I noticed that. Well done.
I had to keep you talking. I made sure I kept asking you questions in order to buy me the time I needed, but it was,
as you can see, talking is not my
no. You don't get a problem with that. Hey, ask these guys. They'll say the same damn thing about me. And as now that you've been here for your show for the first time, you know yourself how long this can go. So yeah, I'm no problems talking, you know. But with that being said, we're almost done. So let us finish it off here. The next piece, check this one out. You mentioned it earlier. It is vintage from Web of Spider-Man number 55, the Alex Saviuk, Keith Williams page from 1989.
Yeah, I mean, this was a piece I probably wouldn't have sought it out, but I was at Comic-Con. He was there, Alex Saviuk, and I went over to chat with him, was hoping to maybe get like a commission or whatever. He was he was too busy to do a commission. He'd already filled up by the time I saw him. But what was nice about, I will say, a very nice person.
Right.
Even though he didn't have time to do a sketch, he did just a quick Spidey face on a Post-it note, because my son was with me when the day that I went up to talk with him.
Yeah.
And he said, "What's your son's name?" I said, "Oh, it's Jake." So he did a little Spidey face and wrote to Jake on it and handed it to me for, just.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice.
And so I went back to him the next day because I happened to go back 2 days, and I wanted to see what he had, if he had any original art, and came across. I said, "What are the prices on this?" And he said they range from this was the cheapest he had, and he had things that went up from there. And I think this was 1,000, and he had a few that were on that cheaper end. But this one is the one that I was like, well, this is straight out from my childhood. I definitely have that issue at home. I remember the storyline. The Lobo brothers are these wolf-like, werewolves, I guess. The Lobo brothers. It was during a period of the story, and I believe it was the gang war storyline. Kingpin has kind of been knocked down a few pegs, but it's cool. I mean, it's got Spidey in almost every panel. It's got some big name villains. Kingpin's there. You've got Hammerhead. You've got Chameleon. You've got the Lobo brothers aren't big name, but at the time they were the villain du jour. And for a piece to get from a classic Spidey artist from a comic that I collected as a kid, it was a great opportunity, and at a price point that maybe a few years ago I would have said is too much. At this point, I'm like, that's reasonable, certainly reasonable, to get it directly from the artist like that. And so
it's fun. It's fun, and you keep the memory. You get the art, obviously, but you have that memory of getting it from the artist and all that, so it's fun. Yeah, it makes it special, more special,
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Just real quick comment before we get to the next one. There's only a couple more, folks, just real quick, Peter wants to know, what other cons do you regularly attend, Jeff?
So, pretty much Rose City.
You don't travel.
I would love to travel. I would love to go somewhere else.
You don't.
Right now, I can't.
Right. The kids.
But with kids.
The kids and all that. Yeah. I get
all of that. I'd love to get down to San Diego someday, but pretty much local. I've been up to Emerald City, which is in
Seattle.
Would love to go to OAX. When OAX, when I first heard of OAX, I was like, oh, cool. I'm going to be in Oakland that. It's not Oakland. For some reason I thought it was in Oakland, and I was like, anyway, turned out it was not in Oakland.
And by the way, there's been at least 2 or 3 people that have mentioned how much they love the bitch slap from the Kingpin. And I gotta say, on that page, that's the first thing my eyes go to as well. Even though it's got this classic great Spidey image at the top, I'm like, oh, look at that bitch slap from the Kingpin. I don't know what it is about bitch slaps, but apparently guys like them. I don't know. At least looking at them,
They can live vicariously since we really can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of comic history up in Jeff's area, says Tom.
Yeah, the Pacific Northwest, there's a lot of folks up here. That's what I was thinking, Marcus. I was like,
the Oakland Airport.
Oakland Airport. Why would there be a...
That's right, Tom. Spidey better have my money, bitch. Okay. Enough clowning. Let's get
4 hours in.
to the penultimate piece. All right, the penultimate piece is here. Let's see what it is. It is one that we were mentioning earlier. It is the page 32 to the very first issue of Absolute Batman #1. Nick Dragotta on the art, obviously. From the zoo. The zoo, baby.
The zoo. and I just, I feel so fortunate to have this piece in my collection. I kind of explained and kind of gave it away earlier a little bit about when we were talking about my strategy for the Felix drops, and I don't know if Greg Ruck is in Portland. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember where he's from.
But yeah, I mean, I think I benefit from the fact that when Absolute Batman actually, came out, they did this drop the next day. So I think people that were already, people that were in the know and were already on it were on it, right? But it wasn't the sensation that Absolute Batman is today. So I don't think first of all, I don't think I would have gotten this page because I don't think it would have sold individually, individual pages at this point. I mean,
Right.
I think Nick Dragotta wanted to do it, to sell it page by page for issue 1. But so maybe that was the factor. Maybe he could have gotten an offer on a complete. But I'm glad that he did it this way because it gave a lot of us a chance to get a page. And like I said, I certainly had my strategy going into it. I do have this. I did a screen recording when I did the drop, and I don't think I think it was at least a minute in before I actually pulled the trigger on this, because I was looking at different pages and kind of trying to decide, and I was surprised that I actually got it. To be honest with you. But I guess my strategy probably worked. It was not. I think a lot of folks were probably going for one of the pieces that actually had Batman.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
If you're on a limited budget, those pieces were expensive enough that you might wait to find out that you didn't get it before going for a second time. And since I knew that I only had a limited budget, I went for this one because I had predetermined from looking through the book, from when reading it. I mean, if you look at the page on the right, that's from the comic, right?
Right.
The layout, it's got flavors of Watchmen. It's got it's got I don't know how to explain it. It's the origin story. It's beautiful. It actually does have Bruce as an adult. That one panel that's not kind of faded. That's Bruce as an adult. It's not Batman, but it's Bruce, and it's got his father in 3 of the panels. It's got the kids running. It's got the it's the
what, Jeff? I mean, for me, like I said, I don't even it's cool. You got the one panel with the Bruce, whatever, his dad. But for me, honestly, what really attracts me to this particular one, it feels like I'm looking at a bunch of movie stills. It's very cinematic, all the rectangular, horizontal rectangles, and then vertical rectangles. Again, with the blam, blam, and then a vertical blam, like it, just the way the whole thing is constructed, the panel construction, it's just really nice. And the close up with the you get a close up. Okay, first you see blam at the top, and then right underneath it, the blood drop, right? And then right underneath that, there's a gun firing, and then you see an actual blam again for the sound effect, and it's just. You look to the side, you see the dead people coming from the side. And it's just really, really well constructed panels, man. And just that alone, plus the fact that, like I said, they're at the zoo, and it's the storyline's called Zoo. I mean, I don't think you really need to say much more. It's just it's a really for a page that most people would consider content quality wise. One of the least, important or interesting, whatever. It really is still really quite nice. I really, really think it's quite a nice page. So,
thank you. Thank you. It's definitely up there on in my collection. This is one of the pinnacle pieces, and not just because it's Absolute Batman #1. I agree with you. I think visually, storytelling wise, it's a beautiful piece.
For sure. Like I said earlier, I mean, the fact that, especially now with how crazy popular the title got, oh my gosh, any page, like we talked privately earlier, like any page is like, oh my God, you have a page from #1 from the first issue, you know? But again, that aside, like you just said yourself, that aside, forget the issue 1 thing. Yes, okay, we don't have to lie to ourselves, and we have to lie to other people. We're not going to say, oh, that's one of the best pages in the book. You know, look, like content quality. Sure, it does not have Batman fighting in costume. What? Who cares? But
there were only like 3 or 4 pages in that whole book that actually had Batman.
Right.
Or maybe 5 or 6 if you talk about like silhouette. But
yeah.
So it wasn't. It's a long book, but it was not like a lot that offered that in issue 1. Go on. I cut you off.
I just want to say, like, again, I remember I start reading it, and it's called, the Zoo. You know, I never forgot that. And it's like, oh, Bruce as a little kid at the zoo. Okay, cool. I remember me as a little kid going to the zoo too, and how awesome and exciting it was, you know. So I thought of it that way. And so now looking back at, okay, well, what page do you have? Yeah, it doesn't have Batman, but it's like, ooh, from the zoo.
Right.
Meaning the zoo scene, right? And it's called the Zoo. So I just stick to that. And again, the cinematic panel construction. I just think it's, you know, really, really nice, given that it is a page that most people typically consider, oh, well, no, that's one of the crappy pages, you know, because it's got nothing on it. I think it's way better than people typically think pages like that. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, totally. I mean, and again, like I think that the reason I have it in my collection today is because of my strategy going on, and just knowing that, like, affordability wise, if I were going to get any page from that book, I knew it wasn't going to be one of those other pages anyway. Trying to compete with other people that are gonna, that do have the means to get one of those other pages, I'm gonna have a better chance going for a page like this. And clearly that was true. So and I like it. There were other pages in the book at the same price. I went for this one for a reason. Anyway.
Listen, and this was the one you went after right away, correct? You said?
The only page after in this book.
And that was, I think that was a brilliant strategy. That's a part of your strategy, because I would have assumed the whole thing would have sold pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And certainly the ones with, you know, any remote Batman appearance, that everybody's going to be so focused on getting the few Batman pieces, right?
Yes.
They're going to attack those. And that allows you the extra time you're going to need to get this one, because people will blow it off and keep it as their last choice, or second chance, whatever. And this way, at least you guarantee. I believe it guaranteed, their strategy guaranteed you got it.
That's right. That's what I credit to it for sure.
Yeah. So no, man, congrats. It's good. It's fantastic that you have a page from it anyways, and it's really nice. Like I said, I find it's really cinematic.
Nice up on my wall. It's
great, fantastic, even better, right? 70K was in a quick sale. I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about?
It didn't go. It wasn't the first one to go, but the price tag on that.
Yeah. One look at you and I can't disguise I've got hungry eyes. Okay, guys. All right. Let us get to the final piece in tonight's show and tell everybody. And wish you bought that cover now. Yeah, it's easy to say in 2020 hindsight. But you got to have the balls to spend that kind of money in the first place when everybody's saying, is this guy crazy? Right? When the entire hobby is saying, is that nuts? What is he thinking? 70 grand?
Go back and listen to the show with the collectors what they're talking about it, because Felix did a show with about that afterwards. And I mean, even what's that?
On his channel?
Yeah, on his channel. He's got a show from after that. And they're talking about, and it's in the wake of that, right? And Batman it's not taken off to where it is now, even when he recorded that. So it's an interesting timepiece to go back and like to consider. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. Let us see what we got here. Obviously, talked about this too. Art that means clearly something to you. So here we go, everybody. It is, I shouldn't say it, they are pages from Sensational Spider-Man, number 24, not consecutive, but both from the same issue, 17 and 22 by Angel Medina, Scott Hanna from 2006, which Jeff bought as a gift to himself for graduating when he got his master's. It was after the master's, right? You said?
That's right. Master's degree in occupational therapy.
Occupational therapy master's. Wow. And he bought it for himself in 2008. Amazing.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think I explained a little bit about my just fandom for this, the artist Angel Medina. I think this is probably around when I started actually paying attention to artists a little bit more closely and was really following him, because I mentioned that I had been watching or reading Spawn, and I think when I got into Spawn, he was the artist at the time that I got into Spawn, and I was really digging it. And when he started doing the Spider-Man run, I was also collecting Spider-Man. I just like the style. I like the art. When I saw these pages, first of all, there's a little bit of a symmetry, right? If you look at the pages, kind of image here, you've got Spidey. And
I especially like the back-to-back faces coming in off the sides, right?
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, this is how I have them hanging in my office. With the back-to-back like that. And the story, I can still remember the story quite well. This is where, Kurt Connor's the Lizard. He's injected his son, Billy, with the serum, turned him into the Lizard. And also there's something happening in the city. And this part I can't quite remember. I think it's in the description and calf, but like there's something, either a pheromone or something, but it's affecting all creatures, animal creatures, making them more animalistic, bringing out more of their animalistic rage, hence the black cat. And, anybody that knows Spider-Man knows that most of his rogues gallery is some kind of enhanced or take on animal, right? And so you've got the black cat, and she's more ferocious and engaged in this battle with the lizard. And it's just wild. The art is crazy. And then you've got kind of the next page here, 22, which isn't sequentially the next page, but the lizard and Billy are gone at this point. Spidey's laying into Black Cat. They're kind of laying into each other, and then they finally realize, wait, something's affecting us, right? I love the visual storytelling. The art in here, it's meaningful, as you kind of alluded to, because this was my foray into collecting original art, comic art. These were my first two pieces, and obviously it's grown a good deal since then, but these two pieces will always hold a special place, not only on my wall, but I don't think I could ever let these two go for that reason.
Yeah, fantastic. Zero Kiori, what's up, dude? He says, Angel is one of the best experiences I've had with a creator. He'll take the time to chat with you, and if he's catching up with as if he's catching up with an old friend. Great pieces.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I got to meet him that one time at it was a con back when I lived in the Twin Cities, because that's where I went to grad school. And yeah, I had the same experience. Super nice guy. I don't know. I think I've only seen a couple of covers from him in the last so many years. I don't know if he's still drawing.
I'm not sure. I don't see or hear of him very often. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so I don't know what happened to him. I thought he was super talented, but I take it that the comic book industry can be pretty brutal for artists. If you're Nick Dragotta or Daniel Warren Johnson or JR, you probably can write your own check. But for a lot of folks, I think it's tough.
Yeah, that's the industry, right? So, before we close out, I mean, obviously, I want to let you go, but it's already been this long, anyways. If you can quickly, Jeff, you might remember, at the top of the show, I had Peter who had a question. I didn't want him to delay us because I knew it was going to take a long time. And this is kind of one of these long questions, but maybe if you could do it off the top of your head, quick as you can, and if you can't, we'll just skip it. So he had asked you, who are your top 5 artists? I know it's a hard question if you don't really think of it that way, but I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm like, I don't have. There's too many favorites.
No, it is a tough question, and you might have to be like, well, what do you mean? What period, right? What genre, or which,
Yeah, but he's just kind of making it sound generically, just across the board comics, I guess.
And in no particular order. I don't want to.
Yeah. Any 5 that you really like. How about that? Any 5 years.
Romita Senior, Romita Junior.
Oh,
and then I got to go with
Hold on. After the Romitas, who was the next one?
Is Steve Ditko.
Oh, Ditko. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Because you're fighting.
And again, I cannot divorce my love of comics and love of comic art from Spider-Man. So this is obviously heavily influenced in that regard. And then it gets hard because like that rolls off the tongue.
Were you? Did you, like everybody else, or like most people, did you fall in love with the McFarlane era?
Well, so that's what I was about to get tripped up on, because I was gonna say that, but then I have to give some credence to the fact that like DWJ, if I don't list him in my top 5, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm infatuated with his art and his storytelling right now. So if I don't list him in my top 5, I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. Well, put him in there. That's okay.
That's where it gets tricky. Then maybe McFarlane. But I think if I say McFarlane, then I would have a bunch of like asterisks that I consider like McFarlane, not knockoffs, but certainly like Capullo, Shaggy,
sure.
Angel Medina, all of these people that I think
all the people that kind of followed with that similar style and approach to comics,
that I don't think would be as successful as they are now if not for Todd McFarlane. But yeah, I mean, and I think that's unfair for me to list those 5/8 and ignore all the other great artists out there that I love too. But I guess if I have to say like what got me into comics, that's going to be Ditko, Romita Senior, JR. I mean, I can't even list Frenz there because it's not that he's not great, but it's just he gets bumped out.
Yeah. Well, that's why I always say I don't really I don't answer those questions because it's just there's too many. There's too many great ones that gave us enjoyment, right? So it's like how do you narrow it down to only 5? Like
it's tough.
That's it. All right, everybody. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, everybody. This was such an honor. Thank you, Ruben, for having me.
My pleasure,
Thank you
man.
to everybody in the audience that if you stuck around this long, hats off to you. And thanks for your interest in the questions and for making this so fun. I had a blast, man. This was great.
I'm so happy, man. Me too. I'm glad you did it. Thank you so much. Like I said, I knew I put you on the spot by asking you before you even knew who the hell any of us were, So that was very cool of you. And, you guys should know, just to let you know, Jeff had this amazing, in the last, whatever it's been, let's say it's a month, let's call it ish, since I first, asked you. Jeff's had this great attitude about the whole thing. He's like, and through our emails, constantly letting me know how excited he is about doing it and enthusiastic to want to do the show, and like, it's so fun. Like for me, like I always have fun no matter what anyways, but when the people that are going to be in the studio with me are telling me like, oh yeah, I'm really excited and psyched up to do it, whatever, like, it just makes it even more fun. That's not like, how can you not have that fun, right? So the enthusiasm is contagious, So yeah, it just made me more excited, and I was just like, yeah, man, like this is gonna be a lot of fun, just because of how excited you are. You remind me of our friend Ian, who just went to watch Spider-Man, who was in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
Ian was saying he's perpetually with a smile on his face. This guy has very tough life. Okay, 3 young daughters, one with special needs. Yeah, it's a really, really tough life. But this guy, every time you see him, he's constantly happy, smiling, and it's like, wow, like I envy that. Like, just amazing. Him and his wife Becca, amazing parents. They blow my mind. And yeah, just always happy no matter what. And that's what you reminded me, like the perennial like enthusiasm, smiling all the time and just into it, you know. Yeah, man, it's just it makes the shows that much better, you know what I mean?
That's great. And it's just so nice to have a community to be able to share this with. You know, I don't think it's very common to find other people that are in this hobby. I certainly don't know that many other folks that are, even in the comic book world, it's, you know, which is, I think, a little bit bigger. But it's been a blast. It's been a blast. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Look at that. Mark couldn't be here because he had to go out earlier, and he just showed up for the last 5 minutes. I was here 5 minutes, but I'll watch the rewind. Tom, killer show, Ruben. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Thank my guest here, Jeff. He made it killer. And like I always tell you guys are just as responsible as much as whoever's with me in the studio. You really make it all that much more fun. That's why the shows do go long, but that's why they go long, because it's not just 2 of us in the studio talking. It's a group of us. It's like 3-4 dozen of us at any given time talking together and shooting the shit about the same thing that we all love, right? So yeah, that's what makes it fun. So thank you to all of you as always. I really appreciate it. Thank you, John. Thank you. Appreciate it. Scott's in the house. What's up, Scott? Thank you for the show. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. And there you go. Carl thanking you for doing the show, Jeff.
Thanks, Carl.
Yeah. And me too. I know. I'm always last on your list, Carl. I know. Thank you. It's all right. Thanks for sharing your art, Jeff. Great to listen to a new-ish collector and see their art. You're very nice and enthusiastic. Thank you, Ruben. Great show. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. As a certain Canadian band says, energy is contagious. Enthusiasm spreads. I'm not, it's not hitting me, Robert, but okay. Mark watched the Odyssey and came back. Yeah, he saw the long movie, came back, and we're still here. That's how you know that's how long my shows are. You know, slap in the bass, man. Okay, John. Mark was in the Odyssey and came back in time for the end. Yes. Thanks, guys. Awesome show, says Evans. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I was thinking it was right. What song is that, though? The words didn't ring a bell. But anyways, gotta go. I want to let this guy get back to his family. So thank you, guys. Just FYI, next week, I'll be back again. Matt's going to be back with me. We're going to do another episode of Stop the Insanity. So who knows? Maybe you're going to see Felix. Who knows? He likes to tune into those. He loves those. And maybe he'll come in and ask to do a giveaway. I don't know. I'm just saying. Hopefully not. No, Felix. You can come in, but no giveaways. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing next week. So that'll be a lot of fun. I was in Valhalla. What?
Where's Valhalla?
Valhalla.
Not Valhalla. It's Valhalla. I don't know.
You mean Shambhala? Doctor Strange? What are you talking about? What's up? See wall. Okay. Valkyries. I need the giveaway to flip. Of course you do, Marcus. Of course. Anyways, okay. Thanks again. Don't forget Nikki B on Friday. I'll be back here as usual, 8:00 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific next Sunday for Stop the Insanity. And yeah, man, have a great week, you guys, and we shall see you all then. Jeff, right. Stay with me for a minute, will you, Jeff?
Well, most definitely.
Right. And yeah, the rest of you, thank you. And I'll see you guys. And as I always say, go blue.